Welcome to this third day of hearings of submissions to the draft long-term plan. I've got apologies from Councillor Shellcrass. And we're just going to take Councillor Dowler's reading submission on behalf of Stuart Bean. That was intended to be done on the 8th of May, but we'll take it today. So we'll start with that, and then the next two speakers are Paul Hayward on behalf of the Rotary Club, and Kevin Furry is the next speaker after that. So Kevin's here. I'm not sure. I don't actually think Paul is yet, but we'll just play that by ear. It's not 9:30. So Barry, over to you to read the submission on behalf of Stuart Bean.
It's on behalf of Stuart Bean. He's the ex-owner of the parachute plane business at the Motueka Airport. Starts off with regarding the airport fees. I've submitted that while an increase in fees may be justified, I do not believe the airport account should be burdened with all the costs associated with a continual complainant. The need for an increase would be reduced if he was not nor causing so much trouble in relation to his planning actions. I'll move on then to the next one on his submission. Is just to do with road surfacing. On a personal matter, as you know, I have a problem with the use of chip seal on residential roads. You may have noticed that our roads are being sealed with more coarse material over time to the point that the noise created is unreasonable. The tire wear increases significantly. If you stand anywhere in Richmond in the evening, you can hear the roar of the traffic on the bypass. Our roads should all be sealed with asphalt to improve the well-being of residents. I contend that if council spent much less on ridiculous level of traffic management, we would see our roads now. On our roads now, there would be ample funds for asphalt. I believe a full review of the traffic management costs and road services should be undertaken urgently. I urge councillors to take notice of the difference in ride and noise as they drive chip seal and asphalt roads in the region. As for traffic management, we have gone crazy with cones. I can't imagine what it is costing the ratepayers and extra roading work costs. Something has to be done to get common sense back into our works. Thank you, Stuart.
Thanks, Councillor Dowler, for reading that out on behalf. So we'll now move into the submitters. So Kevin, seeing as you are here, if you would like to come up and speak to your submission. So for those of you who are submitting, you have 5 minutes to speak and or leave time for questions. It's entirely over to you whether you want to leave time for questions or just utilise the 5 minutes to speak to your submission. Submissions have all been circulated and read, so you don't need to repeat everything that's in them. If you want to emphasise key points, make any additional comments that you might like to, feel free to do so. Councillor Mackenzie is running the 4.5 minute dinger, if you'd just like to give that a test ding. So that will indicate that you have half a minute to go.
A bit louder, please.
So it can be louder, Kevin. Trust me.
No, bloke.
So yeah, that's the format, and I'll remind people at various stages throughout the day, so who come in later about how it works. So, with that, I'll come over to Kevin. Welcome, and over to you to present your submission.
Thank you, Chair. And time starts then. Okay. I want to share with the councillors a very good news story. The people in this room, except other than one, have not seen about what you're going to see on the screen right now. And we've been working in the background to be able to show TDC ratepayers just how important solar is. So could I ask for the display page to be accessed? We're sitting in the room here. Motueka Library has got the largest solar production facility in the TDC network. And what you're seeing here now is a pictorial of what's happening in the TDC Solar Assets program. So that's Bright Water Treatment Plant. The coloured session there is where the sun is starting to come up. The white one is the consumption. We'll roll on to the Richmond Library. You can see there's more consumption than production right now. But being in my home camp, the next one will be the one we're going to look at particularly well. And the relevance to my submission is that it's going to show that we are now in positive production territory. This building is now being totally solar powered. As of last night, this building was contributing to the grid. So suck it up, Transpower. Suck it up. We're a grid power producer, And that is what we're doing. So congratulations to Graham Fox and his team and the Solar Analytics group in Australia. We put it together. There's a bit of fine tuning to do on the front page, which is the next one. We've got an X-axis we've got to work through, but that's another story for another day. The reason that this is relevant to my submission is that where you've got positive production, we are in a net export to the grid. And notwithstanding the fact that the council is grabbing as much money as it can to try and make this whole thing balance, at a presentation I'll make at the full council later, we are in an ability to stop the energy poverty scenario that people will have experienced sometime today. Did you all get your Transpower notification last night?
Yes.
Okay, that is, if you've got on cell phone, it's between 7 and 9, stop using power. Because we've got spike power problems in the country. It's morning and evening, and there will be people out there today who will go and switch the light on, and it's not going to happen. You know, if I spilt that milk, if that was milk and I spilled it all over this table, well, I could proverbially get a mop and mop it up. But when the lights go out, it's all gone. And that's when energy poverty hits people. You can't get internet access. You can't keep people happy. People get cold, they get upset, they get stressed. And the whole part of my submission, as you would have read it, is that energy poverty it's a perennial energy crisis that many will face this coming winter. And it's a tsunami. We won't know. That's not me.
No, it's all right. No,
I just wanted to put stop the clock. Start the clock. So the important part is that in my submission, there is the Empower Energy peer-to-peer network. What it's going to allow the council to do is not to have to invest council time, effort, and energy in designing a system to be able to take that excess energy and pass it on to energy-stressed people. Now, it doesn't matter what your station in life is. Energy poverty can hit you at any time. So the ability to pay the bill can be a mayoral fund, peer-to-peer network where people apply to have energy advantage or energy help at this particular time. The care agency will have the ability to pass that on through to the recipient. So council has got no on-cost here whatsoever. The Empower Network is a charitable trust that's set up, and all the councils have had access to that particular portal. So it's the degree to which you feel empowered so that people can be at least, even if it's 2 families, half a minute, even if it's 2 families we're going to save from energy poverty, it's 2 families that we should not let slip through the mesh. It is that simple. We've got about $5,000 of excess energy sitting in this solar account that could be used for energy distribution. It would be one of the biggest advantages for council to show that they're giving without just taking. So I'll leave that hanging.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you for coming in and speaking to your submission and for the graphics. It's an extremely interesting topic, and certainly thank you for both, I guess, emphasising it in your submission and the work that you're doing alongside our staff to promote this entire concept. So thank you for coming in.
Just one statement down. Can you please delete that website? Graham will be really happy if he knows I've done what I've done. I had brownie points, but not that many. You didn't see it. It wasn't me. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Is Paul Haywood not? So next up, we've got Graham Boyd. Is Graham present? Welcome, Graham. If you'd like to come up. I think you probably heard the briefing and you've heard the dinger, so you know how the system works.
Won't be long, so I'll have excess time on the side. I can pass on to someone else.
Good as gold. Thank you. Over to you, Kevin.
Thank you for allowing me
Graham.
here this morning to express my hopes and wishes for the completion of the proposed indoor swimming complex on time and without further delay. Obviously, there are a lot of other pressures on the ratepayers' dollars, but the health of the community is just as important as any other proposed projects. As well, there's possibly an economic gain for businesses in Motueka, with more people from outlying areas coming into town to use the facilities. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. They're very succinct, to the point, and abundantly clear. So thank you very much. There probably aren't any questions, given that it was short, succinct, and to the point, but I'll just see if there are, given we have a bit of time. It would appear not. I
take it the proposed completion is going to be taken, it's going to be carried out.
Obviously, we have to wait for the finalisation of submissions and our final decisions, but there have been a large number of submissions in support of the project continuing on the timeframe. So that's about all I can say at this point.
Could I have a question?
You may.
Thank you. So, Graham, just in relation to your submission, talk about using the Mott High School pool. Is that fit for purpose for what you need, or?
Not really. It's quite an old pool. So it's going to need a lot of updating work to be done on it. That's as far as I know.
That answers the question.
I think the money is better spent on a purpose-built swimming pool.
Thank
It's going to last a lot longer.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Hill.
Golden Bay Ward, there's a proposal that some of our funds from Golden Bay might contribute towards the pool. Given that there might be folk coming through that use it, do you think that's reasonable?
We'd have to ask the Golden Bay.
Yeah. Would you like us to?
Very much so.
That's all I need to hear.
Thank you very much, Graham. Thanks for coming in and speaking to your submission. Next up, we've got Isabel Mosley on behalf of Motueka Heritage Wharf Restoration Group. Welcome, Isabel.
I'm the chairperson of the Motueka Heritage Wharf Restoration Group, which is a subgroup of Keep Motueka Beautiful, and my husband Paul is the secretary of the group. And we're proposing that the restoration of the old wharf be included in the long-term plan. I brought some photos in case any of you are not familiar with the wharf. This one shows its context on the Motueka beachfront and close to the Janie Seddon. And of course, lots of people walk out there to take photos of the Janie Seddon. Next one is showing the north side of the wharf, and on both you can clearly see the disintegration at the end. And next slide. This is from the seaward end of the wharf, looking back along the wharf towards the Motueka Quay. You can see it's all grassed over. And then a couple more close up of the disintegration at the end. Next one. That one, just go back. It's actually more stable than it looks. In fact, it's at the moment, people do clamber down over those and they're not wobbling over. But, you know, one good storm and who knows what might happen. And the last one. You can see on here that the grouting is gone in lots of places. So the whole thing needs repointing, really. Thanks. The wharf is exposed to the prevailing daytime northeasterly wind, which can set up quite a sea in the inlet, with waves washing over the sand spit more frequently, as has been happening recently, and will happen still more with climate change and sea level rise. It's essential that the structural integrity of the wharf be assured to future-proof it against undermining and erosion by wave action. 3 key reasons for restoration. First, it's a Grade 2 listed heritage site. We don't have that much heritage left in New Zealand, so it's really important that we keep what we have. Second, it's a popular local attraction and tourist destination, probably actually for Motueka, the main tourist destination, and especially conjunction with the picnic area and the Janey 7 rec. So lots of people are, that's the one thing in Motueka they'll go and have a look at before they carry on. So if you want them to stop in town, make them, make it good, so they'll stay longer. And thirdly, for health and safety reasons, to stabilise the end and remove the unevenly placed concrete slabs to reduce the risk of accidents. So we urge the council to commit to restoring this important public asset. We have already sought the support of the Motueka Community Board in the form of a special projects grant. There's no decision yet, but I understand that in the public voting, the wharf restoration was actually the highest rating project. And I'll just pass over to Paul.
Okay, yes, well, I'm speaking on behalf of Tom Rowling, who couldn't be here today. I'll just read his letter. Dear friends, I'm a master mariner and joined my first ship at Port Motueka as a boy over 65 years ago. I'm part of the historical team that put together the latest photo book on our two ports. This one, it's got a couple of very interesting pictures of the old wharf in a storm, which shows that the issue that Isabel mentioned is quite a long-standing one and could well get worse. And he's naturally very honoured to be part of the team to get this project underway. Various attempts have been made over the years to encourage the council to restore the end of the old wharf at the Motueka Quay. Although we've had little success in the past, I'm a firm believer of never giving up. The stone wharf is a monument of Motueka's early maritime history, when the majority of New Zealand's freight and passenger trade was carried by sea. The Motueka Quay is a great record of that chapter of New Zealand's past, which has sadly disappeared from our coast. The wharf was constructed and therefore can also be restored using locally quarried granite rock. This approach will retain its authenticity and preserve it for future generations to enjoy. As you can no doubt judge by my submission, I'm very much in favour of restoring the wharf. Together with our team of volunteers and local council support, now is the perfect opportunity to achieve this. Any delays will certainly make restoration more difficult, increase costs, and even render it impossible. Hence, let us seize the initiative, build on the already growing local enthusiasm, and make it happen. And Tom finishes, thank you for your time and valued support.
Thank you. Thank you both for coming in, speaking to your submission. Appreciate the time that you've taken. So next up, Paul Hayward, I see has now arrived. So welcome, Paul. So you weren't here, but just very briefly, 5 minutes. So you've heard the little ding ding. So you'll get.
My apologies for lateness.
That's quite all right.
Crossed the through heavy this morning. Mr. Mayor and councillors, yes, my name is Paul Hayward. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Rotary Club of Motueka. We're a very strong supporter of what is, in fact, we regard the most important project for Motueka, and that is at long last to, in fact, progress with the build of the covered heater swimming pool for the whole district. We actually have already raised quite a lot of money. We certainly will continue to do so. We ran 18 months ago, an Ambrose golf tournament, and certainly in terms of the making sure that people supported this process. I'm just blown away by the support of the town. I would like to acknowledge that, in fact, as a council, you did support that, in fact, provided the some 2 years ago, was it, when in fact you did the review. And from that, of course, it actually brought forward a number of important components, not only the support of the town, but in terms, and I'd like to congratulate you that as a result of that you in fact have recognised that if in fact this project goes ahead, it's got to be one that in fact suits the long term and is robust for the long-term benefit of the town. The size of the project has, I guess, in terms of cost, has increased considerably. I think it's important for the community, and we certainly appreciate that the reason for that is well-based. Certainly provides an additional, pressure on the community to raise the money. but I think we're up to that particular challenge. But I also wish to acknowledge and I guess say thanks in terms of the support of council and the staff, because we acknowledge them as part of the process in the development of this project and the purchase of the land. I just can't believe how fortunate that we, and I say you as well as community, in terms of I guess, having a piece of land that was available and for you to step in and make that purchase is very, very, very much appreciated. And I think we need to acknowledge that. There's really not a lot more. I'm not going to say the obvious in terms of the benefits of it, because in fact it's well documented. The submissions that you received, of course, are supporting that from all, I guess, interested parties. The most important part of this is that, in fact, we're not talking about a swimming pool. We're talking about an aquatic centre. As an aquatic centre, we're dealing with people from toddlers through to old age people, and to facilitate particularly the elderly in terms of health requirements and support, of course, is the wheelchair access. So as far as the Rotary Club is, that we give it support, we will continue to give it total support. And we look forward to working with the council in the development of the project and the final build. So from Motueka Rotary, thank you very much for what you have done already. And we look forward to, in fact, all celebrating the build of that facility. So all I can say, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in and speaking to your submission, and appreciate the work that Rotary has done in terms of the fundraising today, and look forward obviously to working with you as the project progresses. So thank you, Paul, for coming in. Next up, we have Suzanne Creedy. Suzanne, welcome. So again, I think you've been here, so 5 minutes, you get a little finger at 4.5, and if there's time for questions, then there may be some.
Well, I'm hoping we can cover it. It'd be good. Thank you. Just to introduce myself, I'm Susan Creedy and I'm a resident of Tapawera. I've been interested and involved in communities for most of my life. I consider it a responsibility as a participant in a democratic country and a necessary contribution to building a sustainable future. I was aware of the interest that Phoebe Quinlivan took in working with activities for the Tapawera district's residents, and heard a little bit about her expansion into an incorporated society called Tapawera Connect. Over time, and with developments involving funding for Tapawera Connect from government and local body sources, there was a lot of talk about creating a hub similar to others in the Tasman district. Members of the Tapawera Connect group were told by locals who had a history of multiple contributions to the district that it was not viable, needed or wanted in Tapawera, but advice was unheeded and dismissed by the small group that had formed the planet. A questionnaire, I've tabled that attachment, appeared in the local monthly newsletter, and 130 locals filled it in, with provision given to tick boxes on the wish list. Only 114 ticked a box for a hub, and from that number it was deemed that there was 82% community support for a hub. I mentioned now, as Stuart Bryant was a witness to her statement at a local meeting, that Phoebe Quinlivan admitted some work were bribed by Tapawera Connect to fill in the form. That figure of 82% community support alone, as stated in the introduction of the feasibility study, is the reason for the $75,000 spent for its production. No way is there anything like that proportion of the local community behind any of the ideas proposed in this scheme. A petition with signatures and submissions to accompany it, gathered from a wide range of folk in a very short time, registers extreme unrest about any such venture. A larger section of the community have not only been misrepresented as supporting this project, but also have not been consulted, have been ignored and shouted down for airing alternative opinions, and some have totally not known anything about its development until recently when word passed around. They are ratepayers with a concern about unnecessary spending on their behalf. The feasibility study does not establish that this project is anything but a desirability study set up by a few who have had considerable funding push for their dreams, the ears of government and local body officials, and little breadth of experience in the community. It is to be noted that most of the data used in the study is formulaic, standard speak, and does not illustrate any knowledge of the type of community this proposal is for. The study should be dismissed by the TDC firstly on the grounds of misrepresentation. It is not needed at this time. Tapawera folk are resilient and managing carefully under the presently stressed economic environment and will continue to do so as it has in the past. See table attachment B. Rural folk intensely know what it means to have skin in the game. Secondly, any further funding directed towards an unsustainable enterprise will be considerably irresponsible. Do not let demonstrably concerned people be dismissed because they are not supportive of this particular project. Respect and validity must be evident. 75,000 spent on a study based on a figure that certainly did not represent the community is a total waste of precious funding that would have helped in essential work to improve the living standards in Tapawera. There are many questions yet to be answered. And I'm tabling the petition with supporting submissions and information and urge that this issue is revisited and culled from the LTP. And the money, actually, I would support going to this swimming pool here. 1.5 million, I believe, TDC are prepared to put towards this hub, and it would be far better directed to a swimming pool that many of us in Tapawera actually would use and value. Thank you. Any questions?
There's time probably for a question. Councillor Mail.
Thank you for your submission, Susan. Are you aware the community would have to raise their share of the money for this to go ahead? So it'll have to be supported for
I
the
know.
community.
I know, and the thing is, any more money spent on that, it isn't going to succeed actually. So the money should stop now.
Well, I think it was government money, but the community has to raise their share. So the community will drive the project. Do you agree with that?
Sorry,
The community will drive the project. If they don't raise the money, it won't happen.
well, exactly, it won't
I
happen.
think the submitter's point is, in her belief, there isn't the support and therefore we shouldn't spend more money waiting to find out whether the community raised the money. So
That's right.
that's the point that I think is being made by the submitter.
It is also, sorry, I was just also going to say, this is where something has gone horribly wrong, where it's been taken from somewhere, and the information is in my tabled submissions there, that 82% were representatives having supported this, and definitely there was not 82%.
One brief question of clarification.
Just in relation to what you verbally presented this morning, I didn't quite hear what you said in relation to the alleged bribe. Was that I was part to the bribe?
You were there at that meeting, Stuart, remember? And there was quite a lot of heat in the room and people were there were quite worked up about it. And they shouted down. And Phoebe said, well, actually, we did have to bribe a few people. She sat
That's
outside.
not as I remember it, and I think councillor Mackenzie was there. I'm not sure if I certainly didn't hear the word bribe.
Oh, didn't you?
Okay. All right. Well, I think we don't really want to go round and round this kind of conversation too much longer. So thank you very much for coming in and making your submission.
But thank you.
Next up, we have Terina Graham on behalf of the Motueka Community Board. Welcome, Terina. Nick?
Sorry.
I'm just here for the lollies.
8, 9.
Welcome, Terina, Nick. So again, I'm not sure if you're here at the start, but 5 minutes, you'll get a little ding ding at 4.5. Submissions obviously being circulated and read. So if you want to emphasise any key points in it and any commentary that you'd like, if you do want to leave time for questions, then leave it within that kind of 5 minutes. Over to you.
Kia ora tātou. So Terina Graham, Chair of the Motueka Community Board. speaking to our submission and representing the other 3 elected members. So Nick Hughes, who's with me today, Claire Hart, who sends her apologies, and David Armstrong, who's on holiday. We realise you have some tough decisions ahead on behalf of your constituents, and urge you to keep in mind that the role of every member and employee of council is to serve in the best interests of the public and be accountable for your decisions. The areas we will focus on today are financial sustainability, climate change and resilience, and investing in community facilities. Financial sustainability. Our board was split between options A, deliver current levels, and B, decrease services. At the time of writing our submission, we all agreed that selling valuable council assets should be avoided if possible. Board members that agreed with option B wish to make it clear that frontline services such as libraries, where there is a direct benefit for community, should not be reduced. In addition to libraries' core purpose, it also becomes a frontline institute addressing communities' needs, such as a refuge for homeless during the day, a sense of place of belonging for youth, stay-at-home parents, and elderly, to name a few. Instead, the board suggests a review of staffing and contractor requirements and system capabilities to help improve efficacy of Richmond premises. Climate change and resilience. The board encourages being mindful of our environment, but most of us are skeptical of the climate change narrative and how it drives decision-making practices at both central and local government. Last year, investigative journalist Ian Wishart highlighted that 82% of major historic weather events were missing from NIWA's New Zealand National Climate Database. This is used to compare weather events and inform decision makers. If all the storms and heat waves were included, it could imply that New Zealand's climate was actually 20 times worse in the low carbon 1800s than it is now. There are plenty of scientists and studies that highlight flaws of mainstream predictions that causes of climate change, which has led to zealous policymaking, many suggesting that change in climate impacts CO2 levels, not the other way around. History has proven many times, some more recently, that what we are strongly led to believe is not always right. We encourage council to question its data and review a wide source using an unbiased lens to ensure your information is factual, complete, and accurate, and that you are diligent and considered in your decision-making. Investing in community facilities. The board agree on option A, to invest in new and improved community facilities. Community wellbeing is a central focus for the Motueka Community Board. As mentioned earlier, community centres such as libraries, sports facilities, etc., have an important role in providing social infrastructure needed to address many community concerns. There are immeasurable benefits of investing in local community facilities, which should be a core indicator for good decision-making, including re-evaluating programs of work and budgets when considering where to invest ratepayers' money and carry debt. If the figures quoted in the LTP options are still correct, ratepayers can expect to pay 55 cents per week extra for their investment into the Motueka swimming pool. The board sees this as an acceptable amount for residents and businesses, knowing the outcome brings about a 30-year concept into actuality to service a large region, including Golden Bay. Lastly, just want to thank you all for your time and attention. We know we can imagine this is quite an arduous process, and as members voted in to serve everyone in the district and understanding many of whom won't be represented in these forums, please know the board appreciates your ability to do your best by keeping an open mind, actively engaging and hearing the voices of your communities to aid in your decision making. Ngā mihi koutou.
Thank you, Terena. So there's time for a question, if there is one. Councillor Murray.
Just want to check on the transport options towards previous submission was to extend made no extension to the services. I'm just checking next.
Yeah, the discussion around that was basically if that was going to increase prices. I think that we need to roll that project out a little bit longer, test the appetite, and then look at that when we can do it.
Thank you. Thank you both for coming in, for presenting your submission and being available to answer questions.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mary Nichols on behalf of the Motueka Arts Council. Welcome, Mary. Welcome. Over to you in terms of how you use your 5 minutes. Obviously, your submission's been received by councillors, summarised and also read, so you don't need to repeat everything that's in it. But if you want to add any emphasis, add any information, how you use 5 minutes, over to you. If there is time for questions, I'll come to them at the end.
As you say, I'm Mary. I'm representing Motueka Arts Council this morning, and I'd like to speak to mainly the grants and the arts side of the submission, and also one or two of the other things that we as an arts council committed on. So the first one being that we'd like to, under TDC's community development, the community grants that TDC have available for contestable funding. We're very would like to emphasise our concerns around any reduction of finances into the community grants fund. This is one of the few places that those activities in our community delivered by volunteer organisations such as sports, recreation and arts are able to access funding quickly, easily, and often it's only a small amount just to make sure that what they're doing actually happens in our communities. So the biggest issue is that our inflation and both cost of living and inflation has caused us to cost our finances got stretched so much that it's almost got to the stage where it's nearly impossible to do our activities. We'd like to ensure that the availability and involvement of all community members to be part of these activities in our communities. And if we aren't able to have the support of extra funding to make that happen, that may be squashed. And such forth means health and wellbeing, which is a major part of the TDC's kaupapa, may be lost. We'd like to offer a suggestion to the council that would stretch the community grants funding pot for availability to these communities and arts. And that would be, instead of having staff initiating and delivering and organising, in particular, I'm speaking at the moment in arts activities, that they step up alongside the organisations and support them in working to efficiency, enable them to network through the council, through other people for working together, and to enable them to deliver in a partnership with TDC. So I just offer that, we just offer that as a suggestion. So that's community grants. So please, can you also increase them if and where possible for inflation and cost of living over the next 10 years, so that that pot is servicing the communities at a realistic level. Where are we? So the other thing we spoke to was public transport, and we as a council would very much like to support the introduction of weekend bus services to Richmond and Nelson. The community and the region has supported the bus leaving from here to most times I've seen it, it's been chocker, both going to Richmond and coming home. So I think that's been a pretty good indication that our community would very much like that to continue. If we can't see that happening in the time span you've said, even if it was just Saturday introductions to enable our local community to meet and go for sports. And that's a big issue for families that have got 2 or 3 people in sports to be here, there and everywhere. If they could have a bus, that'd make life a lot easier. And can imagine the extra support on the sidelines for these sports because they're going to be there for a bit longer in the day. So please, if we can, stretch to Saturdays first up and then to Sundays. Right, that sounds good. They are my 2 main issues. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in and speaking. Time for a quick question or
Yep.
2 maybe if they're very quick. Any questions, Deputy Mayor Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Mary, just in relation to your talking about the grants and staff supporting you,
Yes.
how would you envisage that be funded through a larger grant or just
Well,
for?
what appears to be happening to us, for us, we see, is that the TDC has initiated and organised things in the arts field under their own umbrella by the staff. And there's people out in the community that are doing those sort of things already. All they need is support from networking to find out where to go for better grants, connecting with other people in the same field. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Thank you very much for coming in and speaking to your submission.
Yes.
Next up, we've got Mark Woodhouse. Mark? Just for those who are here, so next up we've got Greg Wood, followed by Rob Steele and Jesse Pedersen, and then Amanda Beer.
Thank you very much. Mark Woodhouse. I'm a flying instructor and examiner, Motueka Aerodrome. And my submission is that the proposed increase to landing fees that appeared very late in the piece in the 10-year plan is unreasonable. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. At the moment, there is a landing fee of $10 per landing for itinerant visiting aircraft and an annual fee for local users of $250 per year. At the moment, the proposal to increase the $10 per landing to $30 per landing is a 300% increase. And for those of us who have the bulk fee per year at a normal operating level of about one hour a week, which is what we're doing with our aircraft, that's a 400% increase in landing fee costs. I would contend that we should be paying increased landing fees, no problem at all, in line with the council fee increases for other areas, and perhaps even significantly more. If our landing fee of $10 per landing went up to 15, that's a 50% increase, and our bulk fee from 200 to 300, that's a 20% increase. We would contend that that is not an unreasonable amount that we pay. Our concern is that there have been statements made by some council staff people that the $30 per landing is in line with other aerodromes around the country. I have a document from AOPA, which I understand has been passed to the council reps. Essentially, there are only 2 airfields in the country that charge $30 per landing. One is Nelson, the other is Gisborne. Both of them are much larger commercial operations with much better facilities. So I don't think we're comparing apples with apples. My concern also is that if the fees increase 300 to 400%, there will be unintended consequences, that the activity level is likely to reduce significantly, especially by visiting aircraft. Motueka's Aerodrome is a very important strategic asset, for the region and the wider area, especially in times of natural disaster. And to have it run down because the fees are too high would be sad, I believe. I understand also from comments made by some council staff that the aerodrome, not unreasonably, has to be cost recovered, cost neutral in terms of generating income to meet costs, which of course is very difficult depending on what costs you lumber under the heading of the aerodrome. And there is a concern that certain neighbours are generating unreasonable demand on council costs that are being categorised as costs on the aerodrome, which I don't accept as reasonable. So thank you very much for the opportunity to say 300% is not fair.
Thank you. So there is time for some questions. Councillor Mailing.
Thank you for your submission, and we certainly got the message about the fees. Do you think we should differentiate between commercial operators and people that apply for a hobby?
I think that's what's currently the case, and listening to the other users and the user groups, they seem comfortable with that differentiation. So yes.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Hi, how long have the landing fees been $10?
I understand since 2019. So, I mean,
And before that, do you know?
no, I don't know.
$9.
Thank you.
That's pretty easy to go up. Is there any more questions?
If not, thank you very much for coming in and speaking to your written submission. Thanks very much. Next up, we have Greg Wood. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome, Greg.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to come along today and speak about the fees. I'm speaking about the fees like Mark just did the airfield. So I'll try and not repeat myself too much. Pretty much what I want to say is just what Mark said. So my name's Greg Wood. I've flown aircraft commercially all my working life, and I now live in Motueka. I've retired, but I still fly. I'm a member of the Aero Club. And I, like Mark, fly a chipmunk there. I fly a Southwest Pup and light aeroplanes. So it's what I do in my spare time now. One of the reasons I moved to Motueka after retiring was the airfield. Geographically, it's situated in an ideal position with benign weather conditions and plenty of airspace for recreational flying and flight training. The airfield has been in existence for 100 years. Recently celebrated its 100-year birthday. It is the base for one of Aotearoa's premier flying colleges, a thriving skydive company, and a busy helicopter maintenance business. It is also home to the Motueka Aero Club, now in its 90th year of operation. Motueka Airfield is a strategic asset to Nelson, Tasman, and the Golden Bay regions. In recent times, there have been road closures and forest fires, necessitating the airfield's use as a staging area for aid and firefighting aircraft. The Tasman District Council draft schedule of fees and charges states in regard to aerodromes. This is a quite significant increase / new charging regime to ensure costs are borne by the heavy users. Market landing fees were also benchmarked against the large number of aerodromes. And like Mark, I think you'll have I think AOPA have submitted on this subject, and they have a list of 52 airfields, of which the average landing fee is $10. So there's a few outriders, but they're busy airports like Nelson. I'm sure. So I have a couple of questions just from that statement in the long-term plan. What aerodromes were used to benchmark a 100% increase to local recreational operators and abolish bulk landing rates? And what are the costs that justify a significant increase / new charging regime? My understanding is that until recently, the airfield has been supporting itself and no TDC funding was necessary. I believe I've just spoken about that list that the AOPA came up with. The increase in landing fees and removal of a bulk annual rate, I feel will create a hazard, a threat. Local pilots will not carry out the practice takeoffs and landings that they are required to remain current. Young pilots starting out will be penalised with additional costs that may be a disincentive to starting a career in aviation. I understand that the fees have not increased since 2019. I think it's vital for flight safety and the continued vitality of Motueka Aerodrome that bulk landing fee rates are renegotiated for local operators and a reasonable landing fee for visiting aircraft is set at, say, $15. Making landing fee collection to visiting aircraft more accessible, like PayWave and online payments, would go a long way to recovering fees that may have been unpaid in the past. And that's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission and coming to speak to it. There's time for a couple of questions if there are any. Councillor Mailing.
It's my understanding that at some provincial or small aerodromes, there's a different charge due to weight. I think Westport or somewhere similar. Would that be a good idea? Or is it too complicated?
It makes a lot of difference to recreational pilots because we all fly little light airplanes. I think that's more to get into the commercial heavy aircraft, like operate in and out of Nelson. But as far as our airfield goes, I don't think that would capture any more.
Thank you, Councillor.
In terms of locals that are flying often, do you think people generally would prefer a bulk landing fee? That's preference usually.
A bulk landing fee takes all the guesswork out of it
Yeah.
because quite often you might go flying for an hour, and what this new system would do would sort of every hour it would create, I think, another fee. Whereas the bulk landing fee, you pay for a year, and I think the council probably, it's like swings and roundabouts. Some people pay a landing fee, a bulk landing fee, and don't use it all, whereas some might just go a little bit over. So I think in the long term, it all evens out. That's good. It's something else you don't have to think about when you go flying. You just do what you want to do. It works well, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Thank you for coming in and speaking to your submission. And I'm sure you're all aware a number of these submissions have been made with the same points. So obviously the council will look at them as we go through the deliberations. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Rob Steele and Jesse Pedersen on behalf of Kyne Water. Welcome, gentlemen. Yeah, we're in. Jesse.
So kia ora everybody. My name is Jesse Pedersen. I am the manager for housing and wellbeing support for Kyne Water that oversees the Nelson Marlborough West Coast region. So I oversee all of the tenancy space within that. However, I'm here today as acting regional director on behalf of Julia Campbell. I'm also here with Rob Steele, our senior development manager. So Kyne Water owns 196 properties within the Tasman district. We pay rates on all those properties owned. We also pay development contributions on sites that we have either developed ourselves or acquired. Kyne Water has an ongoing redevelopment program to deliver new social housing, which is guided by the Public Housing Plan. This plan sets out the government's expectations for the delivery of new public housing and in which regional centres and towns these homes will be built. In the last year, we have built 24 homes in the Tasman District Council area, and we expect to deliver a further 18 homes in the next year. Kying Water also has a role as the government's urban development agency to facilitate and enable urban development, which includes affordable and market housing by working collaboratively with both local and central government, iwi, developers, and the not-for-profit sectors. Now I'd like to hand over to Rob, who's going to talk about submission to TDC's long-term plan.
Kia ora. As Jessie has introduced me, I'm Rob Steele. I'm the Senior Development Manager at Kying Water. My role is leading our urban development agency functions for the South Island. And as Jessie has explained, that's around enabling urban development, delivery of affordable housing and market housing. We don't generally get involved in delivering public housing, so that's managed by the other part of Kying Water. So as you've read our submission, we're generally very supportive of the draft development and financial contributions policy for 2024 to 2034, especially its emphasis on encouraging the development of smaller homes and providing housing choice. In our submission, we highlighted that the development contributions being charged by Nelson City Council are quite a bit lower than the ones that are being proposed. And the risk of that, if you like, is it can lead to encouraging more development away from Tasman and more into other regions. So it is a very difficult balance. I appreciate that, because we support using DCs as a tool to fund growth, and that's a very important tool to do that. But there is always a balance ensuring that it can encourage it, discourage it, and encourage development away from Tasman. The other part of our submission was around, again, encouraging that smaller housing typology and choice. It's you've highlighted in the policy that there is a residents' preference for smaller homes. There's a need for more smaller homes, and you do offer a discount for 1 and 2 bed homes. But what we're suggesting is that to support the aspirations of Richmond and on the rise, and to encourage that development, that the council looks at providing 100% remission on those DCs for those smaller dwellings, to encourage that, as there is a need to achieve those objectives. So it is something that we would strongly request that the council consider and in their deliberations. Just like to sort of thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak to you today. Happy to take some questions.
Thank you. I've just on the point you made about the difference between Nelson and Tasman, and I mean, I do find it slightly frustrating. We made a lot of applications to the IAF, which administered through central government, for infrastructure to support housing development. We got, frankly, jack all out of those processes. We actually thought our applications were well-founded, would have enabled significant investment in particularly more intensive housing. Nelson City got quite a lot of money. And so it's a bit grating to then have the question over the differential between our 2 development contributions, when one got a lot of support and we actually got very, very little, bar a very small amount to a development in Motueka. So I guess the question goes both ways around investment and infrastructure, and the support needs to flow both ways. It's not really a question, but I hear what you're saying. It's an expression of frustration, because I think we all agree we want to build more houses. We absolutely want Kying Water's investment across both Nelson and Tasman, because they're clearly linked and both important. But yeah, we were a bit frustrated about the IAF process. There's time for one more question, because I probably didn't ask one.
Are you seeing developers being keen to sell you sections in some of their new subdivisions? Because in the past, they haven't been.
I can't comment about any developments within Temple District.
When it comes to the acquisition side of things as well, that's a separate part of the business what I sit in as well, unfortunately. That sits in a separate space, but we can certainly find out that answer for you and submit it to you in writing if you'd like.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for coming and submitting, and as much as I was slightly critical, I also want to acknowledge that in the last 12 to 18 months, and certainly in the program that Kainga has going forward, there is a substantial number of houses to be built across the region collectively between both Nelson and Tasman. So there is some actually really good work going on in that space, so thank you. Thank you. Right, next up we have Amanda Beer. Welcome, Amanda.
Good morning.
So again, I think you've been here so about 5 minutes. Your submission's been circulated. Over to you how you use it. And if you want to leave some time for questions, please do so.
Thank you. I suddenly feel like I should have a piece of paper in front of me, but I'm going to do this from my heart. So I appreciate everybody that has come and listened to all these submissions. I know it must be a bit draining sometimes. So I'm here for the Tapawera Hub. I grew up in Tapawera. I left Tapawera for 25 years to have children and came back. I love Tapawera. Tapawera is a great community. We have a lot of small social groups, large social groups, and a lot of people that love our togetherness of Tapawera. I work as a volunteer at the local op shop in the building that we're actually talking about. I spend a lot of time in that building on different stages, and it is not fit for purpose. I hear a lot of people going on about the 82% of the survey. Well, not everybody took part in the survey from Tapawera, because a lot of people don't like to attend meetings and that kind of stuff. So the 82% was those that submitted and not the whole community. So yes, it wasn't everybody, but in Tapawera, they like to talk. Most of the information that's going around is word of mouth. We really do need this facility to be upgraded. I remember it when I was a little kid. I was 6. I have one memory of being outside the store when it was a store. Now, when I look at the building, my heart breaks a little because it's not what it used to be. Now, I work with seniors, volunteer with seniors in my community. We have to go to 3 different places because our community centre is not fit for them. We do sit and fit where they stand and sit, and the chairs slip on the floor. We do not want accidents with our seniors. They are the ones that over the years have got us to where we are through their volunteer work. And I just personally feel that this is going to give back to them and for our future generations. I have my son who has children, and it's going to be his children and his grandchildren that are going to get the most out of the Tapawera Hub. It is for them. And if we can't do the volunteer work and bring in new volunteers, it's all going to go, and it's not going to matter. I have talked to the leaders of the youth group. They would love to be able to go to one space and do whatever they like. Teach our children how to cook. We have people that could come in and do greenstone. We've already had offers. Last weekend, I ran a market in Tapawera just to see what would happen. I had, over 2 days, I had 18 stalls, and all of those stalls were quite prepared to pay a fee for that market, and they would like to run it every last Sunday of the month. Those market fees will go to fundraising. Yesterday, I got asked to go on a fundraising committee because I have some pretty outrageous ideas, some people think. But we could fundraise this amount. It's going to be so incredibly easy. We could expand our op shop, which we've had to decrease. We could open up for well-being. Our well-being can't be held in our building. Nothing can be held in our building safely and hygienically. But I think this building is a thank you to our 50 years worth of volunteers, to our next 50 years worth of volunteers. Wow. Thank you very much.
Someone speaking without notes, Amanda, that was.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much. There is time for a couple of questions if people have any. Councillor Murray.
Thanks, man. You mentioned the other venues you go to do your sit and fit classes and that. Are there other venues that won't need to exist if you build the hub?
No, they will still exist. We go to our sit and fit class is in the church. Our team talk is in the Memorial Hall, and it's in there because of the kitchen. We're able to use the kitchen, which we can't at the facility at the moment. So those two groups will end up at the new hub.
Anything further? If not, thank you very much, Amanda. Thanks for both putting in a submission and coming along and speaking to it today. So,
thank you very much.
thank you. Next up, we have Adele Lockwood on behalf of Tasman Bays Promotions Association.
Oh gosh, that's not very bright, is it?
You know, in terms of submissions, maybe at deliberations, but in terms of submissions, you're fine to sit there. Well, yeah, I'll take full responsibility. Anything goes pear-shaped. Adele, welcome. And very much. No, Stuart, it looks like a roll. Oh, no. I feel bad now. Not really more. Yes, please. You're going to be bribed, you may as well be bribed properly. Adele, over to you in terms of how you use your 5 minutes, and you'll get the little dinger at 4.5. So.
Thank you very much for having us this morning. I'm joined by Leanne and Eric from our board. I'm Adele, I'm the manager of the Motueka iSite. First of all, I'd like to just thank you and acknowledge the support that the TDC have given us over the years. It is very much appreciated, so thank you for that. Next slide, please. And click again, please. Thank you. Sorry, can you keep clicking right through to about one more? Thank you. So as most people know, the iSite is known for tourism. So we welcome people in with face-to-face information. We also do bookings. But Motueka iSite is a little bit more special than that. We have more going on. We are a hub for our community. We have quite a few different things that we do within our shop. We do wins quotes and bookings. We're agents for the Department of Conservation. We represent them and sell people into or take people into the national parks. We also have our locator beacons that we hire out. Not on that list, we also do Master Valley dry cleaning. We support the community bus that goes to Richmond 3 times a week as well. So you can see there we've got a varied amount of things that we do within our shop. The other thing that we have, and you've just been given, is our local visitor guide. We are the only ones that are doing this full guide, and it is distributed throughout the country. The main places that it is at the airport in Nelson, and the ferries coming through to the South Island. So it gives people the opportunity to see what our region has, and then they can make those informed choices of where they want to spend their time and their money in the area. The next slide, please. And one more. Sorry, I need to work on how I do that. So the reason we're here is to, again, ask you for your support.
and we have three options up there. So the first one is that we would like to be able to continue to do the great work that we do within the community, to be able to welcome in visitors into the region, and keep doing what we're doing and do it better. The second option is we feel there's a few gaps in the area, and we would love to have a branded trailer. That trailer could be taken anywhere in the region as well as in the country, promoting the region. We have the infrastructure within our business to be able to set that up. We've got the booking portals, we've got all the computer programs that we need to be able to run that. The third option is a bigger sort of overview of Eyesight New Zealand have done some major branding, and there've been several of the shops around the country have been having a full modernisation, and we would love to be a part of that. The last one there, thank you. So our little slogan we have is, it's here all year. So in this region, there is so much that you can do, and it's not just that summer months, but it is all year round. And the beauty of us is that we are here all year round. We are 7 days a week. We are open every day apart from Christmas Day. So we are able to meet those needs within not only the community, but also tourism and the economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in and presenting. It's time for some questions. So Councillor Butler and then Councillor Hill.
Thank you for your presentation. As regards the work you do for dog, do you feel that you're recompensed for your costs for that by dog, or how does that work?
We have a really good relationship with DOC. We're mainly with the Nelson one, and they do give us some funding for our trainings so that the staff are up to date with what's going on in the parks. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Hi, so people are still keen to pick up a brochure.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Leaf through and get off their phone and.
Absolutely.
Turn a page.
Yeah. The people walk in and they say, we want maps, we want paper, we want to touch, we want that face to face. Yeah, very much so.
Thank you. And then you're under option 300,000, you've got centralised resources throughout the Tasman Bay, Golden Bay and Murchison. What are you imagining that is? I can't, I imagine you can connect up quite well.
There's basically a future where with a centralized hub, as the eyesight network is changing and everything's becoming more digital as a backbone structure, we would be able to strategically place like just a pop-up stand in Murchison for 3 months or something like that. And we'd be able to run it all centrally from a central hub if we had the backing to do that. And also to put someone in other regions like Kaiteri on when there's events and celebrations or big types of things. We just want that flexibility to be able to go where the people are. Is
that the pop-up thing?
But then the next one enables us to also do things like have the trailer is version 2.
Yeah.
And then adding the ability to hire staff to go to other places and man them for the summer and stuff like that is where that little extra pop comes in.
That's what you're referring to as centralizing your resources.
Yeah, basically knowing that there's a lot of need because we're a wide region, we're a big space. We cover a lot of area, but where are people coming from? Where are they going to? And can we meet them where they need? It's like the lack of in Nelson, the ability to pop up when a cruise ship shows up. The ability to put something in front of a cruise ship and say, here's all the information on the region and stuff like that. That kind of flexibility, anytime out or bus groups or tour groups or anything come through, we don't really have that flexibility. They have to come to us where we are now. We want a bit more ability to go decentralized and coordinate that from central.
I think you've answered the question. It's decentralizing by centralizing.
Yeah.
Good answer. All right, thank you. No,
it's a school lunch program.
So yeah, that's right. All right, good question, and I think clearly explained exactly centralisation model might look like. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in.
One last statement. we are probably the only people presenting that are right next door.
Yeah.
Please, if you have a coffee break, come take a look at what we do. That'll give you a better reference than anything we could possibly say. You can see what the customer experience is. At the end of the day, Tourism New Zealand and the NRDC, they bring people here. It's our job to make sure they have a great experience. And those are why the people who aren't digital and aren't doing it themselves, they have to go somewhere. It's that, 20, 30% of people who need that help on the ground. If they don't get that, they're not going to come back.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. We're breaking at 11, so you can anticipate at least half of us heading in that direction.
Bring more chocolate.
Staff,
All of us heading in that direction.
staff, thanks to you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Richard Horrell and Richard Horrell. So on behalf of Richard Horrell and also Good Sports Motueka.
Yes, as you quite rightly said, I'm wearing two hats today. Two different submissions. First up is the representing Good Sports Motueka in their submission in support of the swimming pool committee. They are sort of part of our organisation, and although separate as well. And that committee has done a massive job of raising all that funding. I think we really do need to have this pool on the plan. We need to get on with it. We're, as they've said, the largest town without a heated pool. And I think that as a committee, they have to be congratulated for what they have done so far. And I think this would complete it if we could get this locked in. It's been 25 years. I was on the original swimming pool committee about 25 years ago. And it has been a very frustrating exercise. I think we've had more feasibility studies than I've had on dinners. And I think the cost of that has just been horrendous. And I think we've just got to get on with the pool. I see in Mike's email that, things are getting grimmer, but I'm afraid I think we just have to put a stake in the sand here and get this job done. It's gone on too long. We've been certainly a laughing stock of people when we go to raise money is, oh, it's been going for a fair while. Are you ever going to build it? And quite frankly, I'm sure that there could be a lot more money come forward from the public here if a building permit is granted. And I think that we need something concrete such as that before people will fund their part of the equation. And I'm sure that will come about. I'm a father of 4 and a grandfather of 12, which is a team of 22 all up when we get together. And quite frankly, sport and swimming has to be part of our upbringing, of our grandchildren. And I think that every modern parent today is fighting the screens. It's common among all parents and grandparents. And I've always felt, and people have asked me, how did I bring up 4 children, get them through the system, through university, etc. And to be frank, I think that the biggest contingent in that was sport. And we've only got to see what happens in the weekend. By the way, I was on the original committee that formed the Motueka Rec Centre too. But anyway, I go to the rec centre at odd hours, different times, through my support of sports, and the car park is full. The usage of that facility is nothing short of remarkable. And I think that that's a good indicator. It really is a major hurdle. I've had to take my grandchildren to heated pools and mapua, etc.
If you connect with Zoom like I have.
Because what I want to do.
I was saying it's my laptop there.
We'll get back underway if people find a seat. So apologies for the delay. We'll get back underway. And next up, we have the team from the Murchison Sport, Recreation and Cultural Centre. So we would like to hop in the proverbial hot seats.
They probably need a warm up.
Good morning, my name's Tony Peacock. This is Michelle Point-Jew, who's the manager of our local centre. And Sandra, who's our treasurer, and Rachel, who's our administration person. So I'm here today to talk to you about our submission on stage 2 for our rec centre. The main reason we're here today is we're asking you to push it up the list a bit. Not as a instead of, but as well as, so everyone else's thing. So our bookings and usage are going up year on year, as you can see in our little handout. And at the moment, we can't fit everyone in that we want to. We are turning people away. The demand for the facilities for individual sports and exercise is in Murchison, it's right now. We need it now. People don't want to have to travel an hour and a half to go for a game of squash or use the gym. That's why we're sort of saying now we've got people that are travelling 60 k's one way just to play table tennis. So the travel is a major factor for us as well. The extra rooms that we're asking to do will enable us to cater for people not involved in the sport. In space that doesn't use a bar. So it's at the moment our biggest space has got the bar in it, or the bar's there. Some people don't want to have a bar involved in it at all. They want to do alcohol free. At the moment, we can't really offer that to a lot of user groups. So it's adding another option for us. We have a small gym at the moment. The community has a small gym. It's not really built for purpose. It's actually a council-owned building. It's an old building, and it's sort of making do. There's 45 members of that wee gym at the moment, and none of those people actually belong to any of the clubs that use our current facility. So it will be adding to what we've got. The old squash court that we demolished in 2007 for our new facility, we always promised that we'd build another one. That had 40 odd members. We know there's demand there now for people that want to play squash. Once again, it's an individual sport. Well, people will play, it's not a team sport. It's, just another one of those things that we always promised we'd do. The post-COVID world has created an increased desire for the ability to run businesses from home. So what we're offering in the new thing is we want it to be a bit more tech savvy, modern space, so people can get in touch with industry leaders, bigger industry groups from Merch, not having to travel to Nelson to then fly to some other part of the country. We can do it through Zoom and stuff in our own town. That's something that's happening already, but once again, we've only got a smaller room that's capable of that, so we want to enhance that. So, as some of you in the room know me from 2006, the TDC challenged us then to raise 400,000 from November to March to build our first one. We did 600,000 in time. So by 2008, we raised over $1 million for the facility we've got now, which in those terms back then was 30%. We were only really asked to raise 20%. But our community did it, and we could do it again. We did actually, what we're asking for was actually in the first concept plan, the squash courts and the gym and the bigger function room. That would have cost us then $800,000. Now it's, as you can see, it's in excess of 5 million. If we get pushed back to 2032, as is in the long-term plan at the moment, it scares me what that cost could blow out to. I think at the moment in our community, we've got the want and the ability to raise that money now. So yeah, like I said, it's not an instead of that we're asking for, it's an as well as.
Thank you very much, Tony. Thanks for coming in and speaking to your submission. Time for a couple of questions, make them brief. Councillor.
Thank you. Very quickly, Motorway Hills Community Centre.
Yep.
Is very successful.
Yep.
And they're just proposing to extend their gym. And they're making it a bit like a user pay sort of thing. Have you been talking to Katrina and the team there?
So we do talk to Katrina quite a bit. We have quite the collective between all of our rec centres and try to utilise and share information so that way it works best for everybody. They do make a lot of money through their gym, and so therefore it's an avenue that we would like to pursue and create less drain on the TDC with funding.
Thank you. Anything further? Yeah.
How long do you think it'll take you to raise the money? When will you be ready?
I'd like to see us sort of 26, 27. That's what I think we could have the money by then.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Thanks for making a trip up from Murchison. Appreciate the effort that you've made to come up here and both putting in your submission and coming and speaking to it today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Chris Sutton on behalf of the Motueka District Museum Trust Board.
Thank you, everyone, and thanks. Also, it's lovely to have you all face to face. The Zoom meeting was pretty scary. You look like that when we were looking at the Zoom meeting last time. It was very impersonal, so it's nice. Thank you for your time and by having this face to face meeting because it is a lot of your time. I'm hoping this actually is a 10-week, even maybe just a 10-month submission to a long-term plan rather than a 10-year one, because I seem to have been making this submission for too many years, like our friend Richard Horrell. And I also have David Ogilvie should be up here sitting with me, but he's too scared. He actually said that he speaks next and you might have had enough of his face, but yeah, he knows I get a wee bit grumpy sometimes, but I assured him I've had my coffee this morning. So, but for those of you who are new on the council, I'd like to quickly, I've only found out that I've just got 3 minutes or something, so, and I only prepared this, grabbed this off the printer last night. So if I just quickly read it, sorry, rather than personally speak to it. The Motueka District Museum has a critical need for a purpose building for storage space. The museum's grown so much since its inception that not only do we attract international exhibitions, but the number of local people offering goods to the museum has grown exponentially. As we have previously submitted to the council, the visitors we are experiencing are growing yearly. And I often go on the desk and it's really lovely to see that a lot of international visitors are back again from all over the place. One of our duties as a museum is to save artifacts for the next generation, and therefore they must be treated and stored correctly. This means packaging, accessioning, and storage. All of these stages require their own space. One of the principles of collecting artifacts in Motueka is that it must have local provenance and be directly relevant to the economic or social aspects of the town and district. And there is only one sort of each type collected, so not everything offered is accepted, meaning that every artifact in storage is unique and local. The museum has long since run out of space within the confines of the building, especially as the artifacts cannot be displayed at any time, so the need for storage arises. We now have the equivalent of 4 garages, which we're leasing all around the place. That we, and also volunteer storage we have as well. But this is time consuming and expensive to access, where staff have to, they don't, we know our staff aren't employed for a lot of hours, but for them to have to travel to get things from the different garages is time consuming and expensive to access as well. It's been totally unsuitable for long-term storage. We cannot continue storage in this haphazard fashion. The storage space needs to be a standalone site building with all the artifacts stored in the one position. We see the council has several options to provide this, and we have put in submissions for the old library, and we will be taking on board also the Motueka Historical Society, and all their work would be, it will fit in with the museum work as well. We do, but poor old Barry's had his ear. Really, I've been haranguing him about, you know, the amount of years that it's taken for the council to make a decision about that old library is appalling. You know, people have been putting submissions in for that old library for such a long time. And, you know, all those years and been promising all these reports that have to go to the council first from the people you employ to do that, been far too long. The Motueka ratepayers are really not happy about it. I want to use a stronger word, but not happy in a stronger word. So we have been promised, well, the other, if we can't get the library, which would be our first option, but we, a TDC staff member gave us an understanding that we will be leased the Laura Ingram Kindergarten building to address the critical need. We have the storage. We've visited the Laura Ingram building, and it would be absolutely perfect. Very close to the museum, not far for us to access artifacts. And we've had lots of conversations around that and what we're prepared to do. We're prepared to get the funding to outfit the interior of the building. Leaving that building standing for so long is also disgraceful. If the council backtracks on this undertaking, then funding to build a fit-for-purpose building will need to be included in the plan. I'm not sure what all those bells mean, but
that basically means your 5 minutes is kind of arrived at.
Oh, that's all good. Okay, we know that we know that the TDC have provided a huge amount of money to the Nelson Provincial Museum storage space, which is a pretty fancy building. We're assured that the need and importance of museum storage is clearly understood by you as a council if you'll be prepared to put funding into the Nelson Provincial Museum. So you understand it is the museum itself is the TDC's responsibility. And thank you. I don't want.
Thank you, Chris.
It's up to that, but I'm sorry about it being a bit rushed.
That's right, no problem. Thank you for coming in and speaking as well as supplying us with your written submission. So appreciate the time that you've taken.
That's all. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Next up, we've got Martin White. And then just for those who are waiting, next up, we have the Motueka Community Swimming Pool Committee. Then David Ogilvie with both personal submission and Abbeyfield Motueka submission, followed by Nina Jeffries on behalf of the Motueka Community Development Trust, and then Ian Williamson. That's all right. If you just pass one between two will be fine, or people can share.
Council members and planning today. First of all, I want to express my appreciation and gratitude to believing that this council is dedicated to serving the best of the community. I'm here not to criticise or to argue, about your 10-year plan, but rather to bring to your attention maybe some points that may have been missed out or not thoroughly considered or reevaluated for this 10-year plan. And maybe we could do better for the Tasman area. My name is Martin White. I've been a ratepayer here for 23 years in the TDC district. Currently, I have 7 separate rating properties in excess of 25,000 a year I pay in rates. I've worked as a builder, as a property developer, and a community volunteer. I've been involved in Abbeyfield here, Habitat for Humanity. I've just finished 6 retirement village units in Motueka and have established 3 preschools in the past years. I've also been involved in a partnership of 60 section subdivision of Sandra Lane, Motueka, giving a bit of my background. I believe that decreasing our debt is a priority and is a good business focus that the council should remain looking at. Looking at work and allowing decision-making of a chosen responsible person, not doubling up and checking on every other decision that policy and compliance and resulting extra staff and employment requires at this stage. That one responsible person often can be effective in carrying out most of these tasks. That was in 06 and 08 on your plan. The postponement and remission of rates, as I've already stated, I think this ethnically, we cannot single out a single ethnic group within our community that we should be involved in making it available to all people that are involved. So I've said that this makes it unaffordable for development of affordable housing or land use in such a totally unequal playing field. Also, the ruling around iwi interest in private land adds another costly addition to our developments. The end result is significantly higher in compliance costs and that it should be achieved. Where if iwi were not involved, and that money could be put towards better and higher outcome on private land use. In 11, you've got your climate response strategy. And I noticed that in that you're thinking of changing all the fleet to EV. To me, this is under all of the personal research I've done for myself and for others, the reports and even the Westpac guideline between EV and petrol, CO2 emissions. When you take in the manufacture, the kilometres, the maintenance, they both work out about the same. The initial capital cost of EVs is significantly higher, with 10 to 25% more, which will be added to the TDC debt. EVs also will require new charging points. We don't know even what that cost will be yet. EV charging time for TV staff on longer journeys, such as a 1,000k return, the equivalent is 1 hour charging time, which will have to be charged out, or you got petrol or diesel at 10 minutes. Interest on the EVs, the extra capital needed over a 10-year adds considerably to the council debt. In a civil emergency, power cuts or needing to load out extra supplies and distance, EVs are not a viable service vehicle, in my opinion. We go to 03, climate change and resilience, that the council allow a case-by-case planning by engineering departments to accept outside of the norm consented developments with the outcome that would mitigate the council from responsibility should climate change affect their development. In other words, land use and engineering change for transportable and residential living. A higher land use for cooperative community living should be allowed on marginal land. In the planning of the PC 60, which was done in 2016, the planning guide for multiple housing doesn't go far enough and it needs to be relooked at. Yeah, I've got some other issues, but that's it. Thank you. Sorry, it was rushed.
That's quite all right, Martin. You managed to get through quite a lot of stuff in the amount of time available. So thank you very much for coming and speaking to your comprehensive submission. So
I'm only available to the council if you should wish to talk further about any of those issues.
Thank you, Martin. Next up, we have the representatives of the Motueka Community Swimming Pool Committee.
Good morning, I'm Ross Loveridge, so apologies from Fred Hickling, who's our chairman, who can't be here today. Thanks to the councillors and council staff who have got behind the project. This is really demonstrated with the purchase of the land in King Edward Street, which is a huge vote. Staff who are engaged and working positively on the report and the prominence of the pool in the draft LTP. Councillors know a lot about this project already, so I'll just go over a few points rather than try and put the whole thing. Community support, there's been great community support from Motueka already. Individuals who are always asking about the progress on the pool. Community groups are behind as you've heard from Rotary already and Lions, etc. And businesses who always contribute to fundraising efforts. Within Motueka, we've already have $252,000 sitting in the bank now. They're funds raised by Lions, Lionesses and Rotary, and local businesses are committed to in-kind donations at the time of the build. LTP submissions are overwhelmingly in support. 432 submissions in support of all 4 community facilities. This is a huge vote of confidence in what you as councillors have put into the LTP. 270 submissions were specifically for the Motueka pool. This is twice as many as any of the other facilities. 85% of submissions on community facilities supported the pool, only 7 were against. So any community representative should be over the moon to have a 12-to-1 support for the plans that they put forward to their constituency. It's a really broad fit as far as the community goes. The pool will provide leisure activity for young people and families, learn to swim, water safety skills, regular exercises for those that power up and down the lanes, low impact exercise and rehabilitation, health and wellbeing, social interaction, which the pool will become a community hub, outdoor recreation instruction, and a destination for visitors and tourists. This covers from toddlers to the increasing older population. Young people both committed to sports, like you've heard from Richard Horrell just before, that's really important, but also as a leisure destination. That I've been around a few pools this year, and just the number of people who use pools for leisure is huge. It's outside what I was expecting. As far as design goes, there's a lot of knowledge that we've accumulated over the years, and the feasibility study really focuses on the project on making it suitable for years to come. The aquatic centre will not have costly hydroslides or wave pools, but one of the things that we are seeing is that it needs to be an 8-lane pool. All community pools built around New Zealand recently have been 8 lanes. This is an achievable objective. It's not a glitzy vanity project. The elephant in the room, of course, is funding. So submissions show that the provision of community facilities is considered a core activity for TDC. The community has raised $250,000 locally with sausage sizzles and raffles, but we can't sizzle our way to $4.4 million. 4.4 million is a lot, but with TDC as the cornerstone investors, others like Rata and lotteries will come to the party. You've already heard from Rotary and know about the Lions' long-standing funding earmarked for a therapeutic pool. With inclusion in the LTP and concrete plans, we'll be able to expand the net for fundraising. The enthusiastic and committed pool committee are not daunted by the task, but we do ask that TDC provide as much assistance as we can to get along this area. This is an active community, and every discussion with Motueka locals is supportive of an aquatic centre. A covered and heated swimming pool facilities have been identified for 20 or 25 years. And as you've heard before, Motueka is the largest town in the South Island without a heated and covered pool. This used to be an opportunity, now it's an embarrassment. The time to make it happen is now.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in and speaking to the submission. Are there any questions? Probably time for one. If not, I think we are all very clear on the perspective of the pool committee. And I guess on behalf of council, I'd just like to thank everyone who's been involved and continues to be involved, because it has been a very long time that this project's been in discussion. And also on behalf of the council, just pass on our best wishes to Fred Hickling on behalf of all of us. So you pass that back, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you. Right, next up, we have David Ogilvie.
Good morning,
David.
Mr. Mayor. Good morning, councillors, and staff members present. You probably haven't noticed, but last month, April 2024, was the 35th anniversary of the Tasman District Council. Mr. Mayor, Tim, you've been involved in 26 of those 35 years. Myself, all but 5. Many times we've argued, agreed, disagreed, sometimes bitterly, sometimes we've avoided each other on different passages. And despite my persistent determination, one thing I have failed to do is convince our actually quite wonderful mayor about the needs of stormwater requirements in Motueka. And once again, I'm here to indicate to all councillors that the stormwater requirements for Motueka are increasingly urgent. I've tried to say that in my submission and made different comments about the long-term plan and the asset management plan and so on and so forth. Probably the best example is to compare the population of Motueka with the population of Richmond. We're only half the size. For the next 3 years, the long-term plan is saying 28.6 million is going to be spent in Richmond on stormwater improvement. 2.3 for Motueka. And of that 2.3, 2 is coming from what the mayor mentioned before, the infrastructure fund, which is actually a government fund. So less than 300,000 is coming into the Motueka stormwater improvements. And that is quite pathetic, if I have to use that word once again, I suppose. In March of 2022, Tonkin and Taylor, the council's consultants, put out a very good report about the Motueka stormwater plan. And those requirements, those options which were presented there have been sidestepped by the council in its long-term plan and the asset management plan coming forward. So my submission basically is, if we can adjust that disproportion in the next 3 years, what I'd like to see would be, say, $7 million of what's been allocated to Richmond come through to the Motueka system. There is land purchase of 7 million indicated for Richmond. That could quite simply come across. It doesn't involve DCs, it doesn't involve anything else other than basically an amount of money coming from stormwater plan from one of the towns into the other. Our need is there, and it's been neglected for quite some time. That's what all we need to say about that. I was a bit upset when I heard before Kainga Ora asking for 100% emissions on their DCs. What does that mean if there is any remissions on DCs? Is that the ratepayer pays? The intention of DCs was really for the developer, whether it's Kainga Ora or whether it's an individual developer, to pay for the infrastructure, roads, footpaths, stormwater, wastewater, and the likes. That's the developer's responsibility in terms of any growth. And that was the intention of the regulation or the legislation which established DCs. So look, I'm open for questions, and thanks, Chris.
You've left time for probably at least one question on your individual submission before we come to the Abbeyfield one. Councillor Mark.
Yeah, thank you, David. In terms of the increase, I get the moving of the cost for stormwater, but in your submission, the increased costs, investment from council from various things in your submission. So does that mean in reality that you're supporting a 12 to 40% rate increase for year one in the long-term plan?
Yes.
Thank you. And I've only asked that of you because I knew you'd understand the consequence.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And I think, again, going back 3 or 4 years, and it was a council decision, and we never really fully recovered from that. It was basically a zero increase, was it 2 or 3 years ago, Mr. Mayor? And that was probably, we never really caught up.
Thank you, David. And now, if you'd like to present your submission on behalf of Abbeyfield.
And look, I keep everybody's been briefed, Mr. Mayor, too. I know you're behind it. And I sat here yesterday, or sat in Golden Bay yesterday with Jane Peterson, because we suffered the same problem. We have a high rate of 12,700 in my case, Abbeyfield Montreal's case, of which 6,000 plus is in wastewater charges. The council policy is where there is a household of more than one, then the wastewater rate should be based on one charge only. We see ourselves in Abbeyfield House, both in Golden Bay and in Motueka, as one household. We're not a retirement village. We're not a rest home. We basically are an Abbeyfield house. We have 11 residents, and we feel that paying for 13 pans is really far too many in terms of what we actually do as a household. Our residents meet together, they eat together, they have their own separate rooms, of course, but for the most part, we are a separate household. Hence our feeling that what is happening with our wastewater charge, it doesn't comply with council's own policy. And that's really the point of Jane's submission yesterday and my submission today on behalf of Abbeyfield House, Motueka and Golden Bay. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, David. And I think that point was certainly, I got feedback that there was a number of questions yesterday that tried to tease out where we were with this. So clearly it's quite a good understanding of what needs to be taken account of in regards to the wastewater charging process for Abbeyfield. Councillor Mackenzie.
Nice to see you here, David, and just really acknowledge your incredible length of service for the Tasman District Council, and good to see that you haven't lost any of that passion. Just in terms of the, I think you've just.
What happened, of course, is that in that period, and I think others along the same thing, I used to have a handsome black colour. Then it became what late wife would call a concerning grey. Now it's become, which again she called a charming white.
I just
moving towards that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, David.
That's right. Yes,
I
Chris.
just want to be completely clear in my mind about the Abbeyfield housing model. So really what you're saying is that there really is only one kitchen, and so each of the residents, they have their own, sleeping quarters, like a bedroom, I guess, with one.
Ensuite attached, yes.
With ensuite attached. Cool, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that point.
I could say both in Motueka's case and Golden Bay's case, we have a flat, and you can regard that as a second household. So a second wastewater charge, pan charge would be appropriate. But a 13, we believe, is definitely not appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you for coming in and speaking to both of your submissions. Next up, we have Nina Jeffries and Ricardo Scherzel on my board member Anne Martin as well, potentially. One or three.
Two others as well.
That's quite all right.
At the front here, if that's all right.
Isaac and Logan.
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So this is on behalf of the Motueka Community Development Trust Board.
Tēnā koutou katoa. As board members of the Motueka Development Trust, we, Nina, Anne and myself are pleased to be here. We have brought along Logan and Isaac as well. And further to our submission that you've all read, we're excited to announce that as of this week, we have contracted these lovely two young men as staff members to facilitate services for Rangatahi at our youth space, currently based at the Recreation Centre on Old Wolf Road. The councillors may recall the LGP consultation in Motueka with different stakeholders, non-for-profit organisations, businesses, mana whenua, were asking for and endorsing plans for a safe place for our youth. We have made the first step to provide this, and there's so much potential to offer youth development centre, mana enhancing, supportive with mentoring and coaching facilities. But to future-proof this and be sustainable, we need consistent base funding for operational costs.
Handing over to Nina. Okay, so I just checked in with Motueka High School this week, and their unjustified absence rate for last week was 9.7%. We have a large number of disengaged rangatahi in our town and the surrounds, and we need to be able to get hold of them to connect them with services, and a youth development centre is going to be the best way to do this. Because they're not engaged with school. So school is the one point of truth at the moment for rangatahi. The Youth Development Centre would give us that second opportunity to connect with them. I work for Youth Services, which is an MSD contract. I cannot get hold of these young people. So we need somewhere safe for them to go so that we can connect them and help them to develop.
My name's Isaac. So I was a youth worker in Auckland for a number of years, running creative-based organisations up there, and have seen models that work really well in the youth development space. And one thing about young people, youth, the young people we're working with is they're the only demographic defined by what they're not, because they're expected to grow up and act like adults, but at the same time, they're not respected as adults. So they're simultaneously being told you're not a child anymore, but you're also not an adult yet. So they're in this transition phase that they really do need guidance through. And before you can create any sort of movement in that space or through that transition is you need to build trust and you need to build relationships with them. And once we've got a space that they feel welcome and safe coming to, and we've developed these relationships and this trust, that's when we can start to create those youth development outcomes that actually see them transition into work or further education, or even just dealing with some of the personal issues they have. So yeah, initially having this safe space for them to come is a great starting point, but being able to create something long-term and sustainable, like we as the youth workers are able to plan for that, and at the same time, we're actually able to develop those relationships and build that trust with the young people. But definitely helps when they can trust that we're still going to be there in a year to do the work we're promising them. Because I did read in some of these youth surveys and community surveys that a youth facility was identified as priority number 2 for the community, I think. I did also see in the feedback from the youth that they specified they wanted somewhere to hang out that wasn't McDonald's or the rec centre. So if we could start to move away from the rec centre eventually, that would also be really helpful for creating that space that young people want to come to and want to engage with. Because I'm pretty confident that between myself and Logan and whoever else joins the team, that we can create a space they want to come to and that they want to engage with, because it provides value to them. So yeah, that's my little piece. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. So there's some time for questions. Councillor Kinnemont and then Councillor Hill.
Thank you for coming along today. You mentioned last week about absentees at the school. I didn't quite hear the percentage.
9.7% were unjustified absences. That's truant. 9.7% of the total roll were not there. They were registered as truant.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you. Wonderful and necessary kaupapa, of course. In terms of the funding you're asking for, 20,000 per annum, that's a new thing. There hasn't been that funding coming through. It will be new, yeah. And what would it be particularly used for?
for supporting the operations.
Of what's happening now. Yeah,
Well, ongoing into the future, we hope. But things like supporting our professional development for our staff, paying any venue hire fees, supporting the operations of the facility in general.
thanks, Anne.
One question for me. So clearly there's already funding coming in from MSD in terms of supporting some of. So can I understand exactly how currently, like, you're paying, how is it currently funded?
So we've got funding at the moment from Department of Internal Affairs. But that's finite, as you will realise, and the future's a bit unpredictable at the moment. So part of our responsibility as a board is to find more funding to make it sustainable, as Isaac has referred to.
Okay.
From wider funders such as Rana Foundation and others.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it is interesting that given exactly what you said, and I agree with Councillor Hill in terms of the value of the work, this government's made quite a big thing about school attendance being right at the top of their priority list. So clearly there's Ministry of Education, Department of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Social Development, who I would expect should be, and I get the uncertainty question, the key sources of funding in relation to this work. So just understanding that's going to be important.
If we can become kind of a hub for youth services, then we would expect those other agencies to contribute in some way.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you all for coming in.
It's fair to say that everyone in the room probably knows that this is the group that I'm the chair of. And that in our early establishment phase, we got DIA money, of which we will now tap into MOE and MSD, now that we've actually got the kaupapa underway and we've got staff and a temporary facility.
Yeah, I think that is the key point for us to consider is obviously DIA start things up and then leave a hole that other people have to try and fill. So
if you'd like to give us more money than that, we
that's quite all right. Look, thanks all for coming in and speaking to your submission. Next up, we have Ian Williamson.
Oh, well done.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
Welcome, Ian.
Coming along. Very good. I'm very supportive of the whole project. And what I would like to do is just give it a push with a medical perspective specifically. So I'm very interested to see that there's a hydrotherapy pool proposed. And this will be a huge advantage for Motueka. From a personal perspective, I cared for my late wife for 23 years with Parkinson's. And what you notice is that as a person progresses with a Parkinson condition, it makes them less active. So this reduction needs to be counteracted, and exercise is important to improve everyday activities such as walking, turning over in bed, and getting out of a chair. The three requirements for fitness are flexibility, strength, and stamina. Of these, stamina is the main component of general fitness. And how efficient your heart and lungs are can help with you going through with physical exercise. There's different things you can do. There's warm-up procedures, there's flexibility and different projects for that. And then stamina to help with that being so important, walking and climbing stairs, cycling and swimming and active gardening and vigorous housework can be utilised. And I observed that to keep your movement positive is very critical. And talking to physiotherapists, they say swimming is a very, very essential provision. And when you look at our situation here, you basically got to go 1.5 hours total there and back to Richmond to get a pool that's suitable to carry out the exercises that you wish to do. And to do that every day is time consuming and expensive long term. I got some statistics which were very interesting. You say, how common is Parkinson's? Well, in Christchurch, where I came from, in the years that we were there, they had an increase of 64 people per year in Christchurch diagnosed with Parkinson's. In the general population, there was 200 per 100,000. And in the population in excess of 65, which I thought covered quite a fair percentage of our population here, the numbers increased to 1,000 per 100,000. But proportionately, we can see how our pool is going to be a huge advantage for the age population. The other feature with swimming is pain relief. Put it there.
Thank you very much, Ian. Thank you for coming in and speaking to your submission. If there is time maybe for a question, if there is any. If not, thank you for coming in and supporting the pool proposal.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time. Look forward to it. Next up, we've got Jeff Rowling. Jeff, welcome.
Hello. Been to one or two of these things, I think, and come back for the same reason with the Port Motueka stuff. I noticed when we had the one of those cyclones that the tide went over, the inundation went over the Causeway Road, and it was probably another 20 minutes of that, and I think the causeway would have started to disappear fairly rapidly. To me, that's an integral part of the Motueka stormwater system, and the ability to stop the tide going into the air protects the town from big rain events. At the same time, back in 1997, we had a plan for Port Motueka, and one of the things that it talked about was providing some land for the servicing of boats and marine activities. And there have been various proposals, I think, put to the council, which none of which have been followed up. In fact, one or two of the people involved have now died. I'm not sure whether I should be here. My idea is that we do some improvements to the causeway by raising it and widening it and protecting the stormwater and also protect Motueka from
from the furthest from sea level rise, or at least get started on it. I see in the plan there's lots of sort of words of nice, thick, nice statements about doing stuff for climate change over the next few years, but nothing specific. And I may have missed something because I go away, but it seems that if we are going to make a decision to protect our coastal communities, and in particular, in this case, Motueka from sea level rise, that we have a long-term plan for doing it, because we obviously can't do it overnight. And that this would fit into that. It would also be able to reinstate the channel and the creek bed that used to run from the culverts on Wharf Road back out to the main channel, which I was part of the Motueka Powerboat Club that actually dug the channel out deeper and took away what was wading bird habitat. And the potential to reinstate that's actually quite high. So that I haven't drawn any plans because other people have done it, and I don't want to waste my money with it unless if there is no appetite at council to pursue this, well then I'll go away and do something else. But if there is, if we do want to continue with it, there's definitely a need for it. If you go down there, the marina development seems to be stalled at the boat club facility because the land that it needs is being used for something that it's not meant to be used for.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for coming in. It's time for some questions, if there are any in relation to Port Motueka.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question around, Jeff, I thought at one time there was some more hard stand area developed. Is that what you've been referring to? Along the road that comes back towards the west?
Yeah, there's some land. There was some land developed there, but it's being used as a hard stand area, but that's not what it was ever designed to be used for. It's actually meant to be car parking for the piece of the marina that hasn't been put in place yet.
Right. So is that some of what you want and been talking about and want to have further developed?
If there was some more land reclaimed on the roundabout side of where the culverts come through, the potential for that land to be used for the car parking and for and the work on boats be done somewhere else. I don't know. I know the council's been trying to wants to develop a regional boat launching facility, and it could be at Motueka, but it can't be at Motueka with the existing amount of land that's available. There's simply bloody boat trailers take up massive amounts of space, unfortunately.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for your submission. Thought you put into it over a considerable length of time and coming along today and speaking to it. So thank you. Next up, we have Mary LaFrance. Welcome, Mary.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come along again today. And I'm happy to answer any questions. First of all, I'll talk about the Friendly Town budget. Kiyosato is Motueka's friendly town, and I note in a recent Newsline, Councillor Joe Ellis commented on a recent visit from Fujimi Machi as a sister city. In 1989 and 92, they would not have sister city. We had to be friendly town, so I don't think that's changed. I don't know why they did. I don't know why they did that, but there was no way I could get it through. So we've always been friendly towns. I went to a sister city conference in New Plymouth and heard of the student exchange in '94. It was the first time I managed to get a student to go to Kiyosato. Today, 30 years later, I think this exchange is more vital as the world flies off in various directions. Without local friendly town committees, these opportunities will die, and I'm sure Richmond is working hard to gather the momentum Motueka's had for the last 34 years. But the committee needs financial support, and the $5,000 that was placed way back 34 years ago is disappearing fast. And now that Fujimi Machi is maybe coming in more interested, that needs to be supported. The committees cannot work without the support of council. And the benefit to these may not be obvious at the time, but youth and more encouragement and opportunities today placed before them than ever before. Unless the history of our friendly towns is brought to the table regularly, the benefits and work of many will be lost. And I think the history and the knowledge has not been gathered, and I think COVID has got a lot to answer for there. Peace in this world has never been so urgent, and that's one way that we can do it with our youth going across. I'm happy to do any questions about friendly towns before I move on to my submission on Farmshire Foundation.
Right, yes, we can do it that way.
Well, if you want to, that's fine, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any questions about the friendly towns? If not, thank you very much. You can proceed to your Fifeshire Foundation.
Right, the Fifeshire Foundation, as you can see, that was started off by both councils again. And I did question that at the start, as you'll see in my submission. Why the hell were we doing it? I see in the last Fifeshire Foundation newsletter, it tells me that TDC is no longer a foundation member. They're now a community supporter. And I think the $1,000 that you've given in the last year is pitiful. In the past 3 months, 72,000 Ks have been given out to the Nelson and the TDC areas. Every dollar given is given out. Nothing is taken out for expenses, and that is in the papers that were drawn up to start off with. I think it's a wonderful trust and something that helps the whole of the community, because it goes right over to Bainham and right down to Rappahannock, and it needs to be continued and supported. 100% raised in, it goes out. I think that the grant committee is maybe not aware of the Fifeshire Foundation history. I do wonder, in the past, there's a whole lot of wood's been given out. In 2023, 73 loads of firewood went out. Now that might do one dear old soul like me living on my own, but it also can do a family of 12 in a house. And I think that maybe the council could support it. I wondered if the wood from Rabbit Island could be stockpiled and given to Fifeshire to give out. They have a thorough way of going through the applications. TDC is a huge area and have many country residents who are not usually first to seek help. I'm sure you realise that in Golden Bay, how hard it is to get the communities to the trust to help. And the areas they have communities there who have groups that will manage the grants and help the applications professionally, and split fees and clothing keep kids out of port.
Thank you, Mary. Are there questions in relation to Fifeshire Foundation? Councillor Butler.
Thank you. So I'm a Golden Bay councillor. Is Fifeshire active in Golden Bay?
It should be, yes. They take applications from groups. So any school, any family, they need 2 referees. So they only need to go to the budget service, which I don't know if that exists still in Golden Bay.
I'll just follow that.
Church groups, all of those groups will support and can put it through.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Brian.
Thank you. For you, Mr. Mayor, Mary, just a quick question around how you're applying for the funds, because I know previously Fifeshire has applied for grants through this process or through the community grant. So I'm just wondering which way. I guess it doesn't matter to you, but yes, there is a difference that the grants through this process go.
We didn't used to get a grant. It was a sum that used to come to Fifeshire. I did 19 years for my sins on there, and because TDC and NCC had set it up and came in with the radio station and some freebies from the lawyers, etc., like that. That's where the ground roots came. And I think that has fallen out because the history's not around the tables anymore. And I just think that the support is greater. Yes, it's a lot of money, but $10,000 goes nowhere in families.
Yeah, councillor Walker.
So just a point of clarification. So from what I'm hearing, part of the long-term plan was you were set an annual amount for FISHA as opposed to now where you're coming to the community grant
Yes.
subcommittee
Yeah.
and putting in against
Yeah, I don't
other
think,
people out of a tiny
I
pot.
think we need to clarify how that was, because there was a period where we used to do grants directly.
Yeah.
And then it made much more sense to just provide a lump sum and let FISHA deal with the actual administration of it, because that's their key job.
It's handy.
And then for whatever reason, it appears to have changed again. So I think we need to clarify
well, I think
the
that,
history and how it worked and how we're now
Thank you.
doing
well,
it.
it goes back to 93 when it was set up, and the reason it was set up, as I said in my application, was that council workers' time, council employees' time, really more than covered it. And I think that groundwork needs to be kept going some way. And maybe you can do it in kind with the likes of firewood.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you very much for coming in and speaking to both of your submissions.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Elizabeth Bryant. And just for clarity, for those waiting, so we got Elizabeth Bryant, Josephine Tucker, Ian Davey, then David Bartle, Joanna Santa Barbara, and two submissions from Joanna Santa Barbara, and then we break for lunch at approximately 1 o'clock. So Elizabeth, welcome.
Thank you. I'm talking about two community services which I believe is essential for this community. The first one's a library. When we're here in this beautiful building, and this library is the centre and central meeting place of the community. It's the heart of this community and it's highly used. Our library should be open every day to ensure equal access to information, education and community resources for everyone. Daily access to digital resources is crucial for bridging the digital divide. Overseas studies show that for every $1 spent on the library, $3 comes back. Our library here in Motueka fosters social interaction, networking and a sense of belonging. Opening the library every day ensures that individuals without internet access at home have consistent access to books, computers, and learning. This library is the centre as well as the central meeting place of this community, as I've already said. Our beautiful library is a work of art as well as culture. It also provides a warm place, a place for recovery from illness such as stroke, and a place to stave off loneliness. Farmers come to town, especially on wet days, and use the library. Students come in after school to meet and study. Tourists use it as a warm, dry place of refuge on wet days. Opening our Motueka Library every day promotes equity, community engagement, and access to essential resources and services for all members of this community. It is a must, I think. In the swimming pool, pools provide a holistic approach to healing and wellness. They offer a safe and effective environment for rehabilitation, relaxation, as well as improving overall health and learning. A community pool for Motueka is a far better use of water and other resources than individual home pools, for example, water and electricity and environment. Although we do now have a bus, hooray, which enables us to use the Richmond pool, it takes a whole day to access that pool. Motueka is surrounded by sea and a river, and it's important for everyone to learn to swim to prevent future drownings. A pool also provides a safe place for young people to meet. My own daughters used to go to the Auckland pool too, so they could go somewhere safe on their own. Thinking ahead, the population is expected to increasingly age, and a pool is a great way for older people to retain mobility longer, as the buoyancy of water reduces the impact on joints and muscles. Motueka and surrounds has a lot of physical employment, sport and outdoor activity. All of these can cause injury. Recovery can be helped by the low impact exercise provided by a pool, especially a therapeutic pool. The buoyancy of water reduces the impact on joints and muscles, making it an ideal environment for rehabilitation after injuries or surgeries. Moreover, the warmth of water helps to relax muscles, alleviate pain, and increase circulation, promoting faster healing and recovery. Static pressure exerted by the water can also reduce swelling and improve joint stability. Apparently, arthritis sufferers are able to move joints which they cannot otherwise move in a therapeutic pool. I was told this by the local physio. In summary, pools provide a safe, holistic approach to wellness and healing, so we indeed need a swimming pool. It's a must-have right now, I think.
Thank you very much for coming in and speaking to your submission, Elizabeth. There's probably time for a question, should there be any? If not, very clear submission, thank you. Next up, we have Josephine Tucker. I say on behalf of Grey Power Motueka. Welcome.
Thank you for giving me time to get over to get my views, and I hope Grey Power's views across. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for basically allowing me not to double up on absolute support with what you said. I am Vice President of Grey Power, but Monty Taifa is our President, and I'm just standing in for him. Now, he's not well, and so I'd just like you to know that that's why he's not here. But I have over the year represented Grey Power on 2 climate change meetings for Nelson and Tasman, and I was in the pre-10-year plan for this document. So I've come here basically to say thank you for this document. It was easy to read. I appreciated it for the older people that it is on paper. And when I checked that by doing mine on paper, I went to the office in Motueka and of the council, and they said they'd been busy all day accepting things. So I think having it on paper has been great for democracy and also inclusion. And I can't speak highly enough of it being relatively simple and able to be done, but much easier on paper than it was trying to get it done on my computer, which is basically my phone. So I liked it also because when I went to these meetings, this was the priority that we came up with. I was in 2 groups when we discussed it here for Motueka, and climate change came in as what people were basically worried about. And then people came up. We had a variety of people in our groups, young people, and as well as old. And the pool was very important. The library was very important. I know from other Grey Power meetings we've had that parking and transport, especially the buses, are appreciated by the older people. And I think there's still an element out there that what we've heard from previous speakers, that young people in our community was generally discussed need support. I think that climate change, though, is still very important because it's something new. I just thought about it coming here this morning. We were allowed to talk about different things in this meeting because we had the extra costs coming in, and it said you can bring up things. Well, I now see today they've had to realise that the climate change minister is now in cabinet. We had today, this morning, the power generation not being acceptable for what we've seen, and last night it's the equivalent of the city the size of Hamilton turned off the electricity this morning so that people cut it down, so we didn't have things changed. We've had incredible droughts up the valley I've been there for 23 years, but people say that have been there over 70. It's 61, the waterman told me, the biggest drought. And that's what we like now. So we need flexible plans and flexible actions in our 10-year plan. I admire you all for coming and listening today and asking questions, because that's what we have to keep doing. We have to get flexible, and we have to think about it as a changing situation at all times. And it's important that it's from the community up, which is why I think the pool, and I put this in my submission, and the library are really important, because they get a community that knows other members of the community. So when we have difficult times, and I'm sure they will come with either flooding or drought or strong winds, people know their neighbours. I think this community really needs to keep support. It's very easy to go wrong. You've had drainage over stormwater, etc. About the costs, I'd just like to remind the council that I've seen many people in our community that are experts. They are experts and local knowledge. And sometimes I think if we tap into the knowledge that's in our community for free, many of us that have had experience, and I've talked to a lot of groups with grey power, they know a lot about engineering, and they all said, oh, we'd be happy to help if you wanted, just getting meetings up where people could put in what they think about what to do for our community in terms of protecting us for the future. Lastly, I'd like to finish with thank you very much for the work you do.
Don't run away just yet. Despite the fact that the bell ringer has rung the bell twice, she also has a question, which not quite sure how that works.
Thank you. I mean, this is probably a tricky question, but I'm just, are you able to express a view on behalf of grey power around potentially affordability? Because on the one hand, we're signalling rates increases. On the other hand, we know that pools and libraries and public transport and a lot of other things, they don't come for nothing. And grey power members, many who may be on fixed income. So is there a view you want to express about how the council has managed to balance those two issues?
I did put in my submission that we keep when you only on the pension, that you get the 500 discount that remains.
707,
sorry.
90 now, I think.
790.
Yeah.
Just a few members told me that, like that. So I picked that up from there. I've done things I've been to meetings and asked people what they think about. I think they're seeing such change that there may be other speakers who are older that's coming in our grey meetings here. Now, it is difficult to judge how people are with money, but I just can only go on the meetings that I've been to, what people have said is their issue. And you have got the range of everybody. You may, from your reading, have more idea than I do, I guess. But it's not something that people come in and say. They want us to work with big government and keep the pension up, but they haven't said anything about local council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming in. Thanks for a very constructive and well thought out submission. And also, could you just pass on our best wishes to Monty? Thank you. Right, next up, we've got Ian Davey. Welcome, Ian.
Morning to you all, and thanks for your time. You would have been given a summary of my submission. So I take it as read. You're saying, why again is he on about money? Well, unfortunately, money is the bottom line to everything we do. And it's something that we unfortunately know very little about. But so I I'd like to show you a graph that I made back in 1990 over, it was about the Federated Farmers about the asset sales. And it gives a better idea of how our money affects. Before 1965, we didn't have an overseas debt, for those that haven't seen it. It's so, you know, it's one of those things that you're if you look at our Royal Commission on Banking, which is evidence given under oath, and I've quoted that, there's only $23 million for the 6 years of the war, of the Second World War. If you look at the history of Commonwealth Bank of Australia, and I haven't got time to go through that, but you'd be shocked at knowing how the money system has been manipulated. And today we've heard of so many people from your community that want money, whether it's the pool, whether it's for the three waters, you name it. And it all gets back to money. And that's why I'm trying to, and I'm pointing out, just look at what happened, what we used to be from 1936. We used our own Reserve Bank money to create the credit for the nation. Right through the wartime, we didn't have an overseas debt. We joined the IMF in 1961 in August, and it was 2 years later, in 1965, and you see how our debt skyrocketed. So I've been studying this since I asked questions back in 1973 when we had an oil crisis. We were supposed to run out of oil in the year 2000. Well, we had powerless days, and we're told the thing that really shocked me, house prices went from 12,000 to 24,000 in 6 months. And I thought, hey, what's happening? Because you know, I'd grown up, I was born in 1944, so I'd had a few years, and you could buy your lollies in the shop. They'd be the same price as the previous year. But in that year of 1973, oil prices went up, but also your house prices doubled in 6 months. That's a lot worse than what we've seen in the last while. And your interest rates went up to, the basic rate was 15%. Your penalty rate that some were borrowing from the stock agents went up to 33%. You imagine, and the thing that I'd like to get you to remember is that for every $1,000 of deposit that you have in the bank can create another 10,000 or 9,000 plus the 1,000. They can create money from nothing, which is only a bookkeeping entry. And you can read that in not only in Royal Commission Banking, it gives you plenty of, there's been two in New Zealand, Australia, Canada, England, and around the world. So as well as 2008, there's the background to that, which I can give you. The Reserve Bank of New Zealand has covered that subject, how money is created from nothing. So that's something that I'd like to point out. You've just had rates. It was in the paper this week, Auckland running from, it was going to be 25.8, and they were going to cut it down to 7.2. This is smoke and mirror. The money's still got to be paid by the people in the end. It's just shifting the debt from the council to the water care so, you know, I'm available. I've got a heck of a lot of background information. It's not just New Zealand. Dakota is doing it using the same money system. We've used it from 1936 to 65. So, you know, it's all in your history, read it. So thanks very much for your time. I know I've been hammering this for a good few years. I hope you can come back to me and I can have the time to show you in detail, because money affects us all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you for coming in and providing the written submission and background information as well. Next up, we've got David Bartle. David, welcome.
Hi. And Tara's going to put a slide on the screen for me, I think. And so, yes, I'm David Bartle and I work as an evaluation consultant. So I'm going to wave at Tara when to change the slide. I also, by the way, helped start the repair cafe, which uses this room. On our first meeting, I sat where Tim was, not trying to emulate, and there was a queue from where he sat out the door waiting to get stuff done. So Motueka Repair Cafe, if your mixer's not working, bring it along. So councillors, I thank you for your leadership on this vital 10-year plan, which will have a strong influence on all our lives. Though the plan is clearly far-sighted, it faces very substantial financial, climatic, and related risks. I recommend that these risks be managed with the help of, firstly, a TDC risk management plan that is highly visible to the community. And secondly, by lowering growth expectations in the future development strategy. The slide, which I hope you can read, illustrates 3 potential areas of high risk, including climatic, financial, and also legal. Other systemic risks, including how well our communities are able to pull together in the face of destructive events, be it fire, flood, or earthquake, as well as, of course, managed retreat. There's a report on risks managed by councils put out by the Auditor General, which I think Tim will be familiar with. Anyway, I recommend a highly visible risk management plan because this will help contribute to more timely and consistent council decisions over the 10-year period. In addition, I recommend focusing on the 10-year planned outcomes, as this will help further explain and confirm the most effective actions required. My second slide relates to the Tasman Climate Response Strategy and Action Plan. The Climate Response Strategy has become a vital and urgent component of council responsibility. The evidence of sea level rise, increased storm damage, and fire-prone drought is unequivocal and ever present. We recommend that the strategy highlight cost savings that it delivers so that the council and its stakeholders can see that this work also contributes to efficient and effective outcomes. The climate response strategy is an investment with an ongoing cost-saving dividend to Tasman. As shown in the slide, the cost savings include benefits from well-informed infrastructure management, lower costs of household services. In a perfect world, there'd be no rubbish at the front gate. Benefits from climate-smart investments, further efficiencies from community engagement, including cost sharing. Good example, tree planting. And widening TDC sources of revenue. Good excuse for car parks fees, perhaps. As illustrated in the note at the bottom left of the slide, the climate response strategy is a very wise investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Covered a lot of ground in both your written submission and in speaking to it today, so there may well be some questions. Any questions for Deputy Mayor Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. David, just in relation to that last slide, we had a fee at Hadley Park. That's a really busy area, particularly at weekends and at hospital parking. Are you suggesting we should be doing it for managing traffic or for income, like in the car parks we own across the district?
I think we need to be sensitive about this, obviously, and how fees are applied, and find out what Nelson has learned from what they've done and what the problems are. So, but I think for whether we like it or not, we're coming to a time when the council cannot ignore any income source. There's huge pressure on you. And if there happens to be a dividend for encouraging people to use the bus a little more, okay. But obviously, car parks also encourage, hopefully, slightly less frequency of visit, which is an issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything further? If not, thank you very much for both your written submission and for coming and speaking to it today. Next up, we've got Joanna Santa Barbara, who's got 2 submissions. Firstly, on behalf of the Nelson Tasman Climate Forum, and then in her individual capacity. Welcome, Joanna.
Thank you very much, Tim. And in representing the Nelson Tasman Climate Forum, I'm representing a community-led organisation bringing together many communities and individuals for urgent climate action. And I acknowledge David Bartles and Josephine Tucker's oral submissions focusing on that matter. Our submission is a consensus document and represents, it's actually passed under 150 pairs of eyes to achieve consensus on that submission. So all of our charter members get the opportunity to contribute to it and then to approve it. So I want to begin by saluting the work that this council has done. A great range of work, from regular composting workshops to regional risk assessment, and a very great deal in between. And also for the passion and diligence of the climate staff. I thank you too for your funding support of the Motueka Repair Cafe, which, as David Bartle described, with a very happy buzz, takes place in this room every month. And has a hugely enthusiastic response from the public. So where are we as a little Tasman patch on the global map of this overheating, species extinguishing planet? In some ways, we're doing better. That is, each person is emitting less. But this gain is unhappily wiped out by there being more of us doing the emitting. In terms of cars per 1,000 persons and kilometres driven, we in Tasman are among the worst in the world. At a global level, the heating proceeds, making it quite unlikely that we'll be able to stay under 1.5 degrees. So our contribution as a region is hugely important, both as a fair share of the whole, and also as an example of what can be done by good leadership and a well-informed, engaged population. In our submissions, we do place some emphasis on the fair share. We in the forum have calculated what that actually looks like based on the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, the IPCC targets. And we had an opportunity to discuss this with a delegation from the Climate Commission just this last Monday. In our written submission to you, we said that we need emissions reduction of at least 7% per annum of gases other than methane between now and 2030. And we noted that this rate would change as data on the ground changed and in the atmosphere. So we recently got new figures from the Ministry for the Environment since we wrote our submission, and those figures have become 8% per annum, plus a factor for population growth. We think targets are important. They're very challenging, but we think they're important because they show us the scale and the gravity of the task and the rate at which we must reduce carbon. We're very pleased that you've mentioned in your plan an intention to monitor emissions in a way that tells everyone how we're doing on a monthly or quarterly basis. This we think is most important. We're interested in working with you across the broad spectrum of climate action, but transport mode shift is the big one, as we all know. And I hope I can continue, right? I want to say hooray for the buses. We need them more often and on weekends.
Just, I don't want to stop. If we just run the two, are you happy for the two?
Yes,
Just
yes,
run
that
together,
was my
so,
intention.
yeah, okay,
Thank you, Tim.
thanks.
We need the buses more often and on weekends. Pedestrian and cyclist safety is vital. Kids walking and cycling to school, adults walking and cycling to work. And add into that mode shift, minimal greenfield development, intensification of settled areas, all important to transport mode shift. We look forward to healthier people from getting more exercise, breathing less polluted air, and suffering fewer road accidents, and less road congestion and less costly road maintenance. Ultimately, a money saver of both public and household finances, and it's relevant to TDC's financially constrained state. We do want to congratulate you on your intention to develop a regional adaptation strategy and on your emphasis on the importance of a well-informed and engaged public. We really are pleased that you lay emphasis on that. Particularly in that latter area, the forum is very active in Tasman. We've listed in our submission the many Tasman events we've staged, and we do ask in our submission that TDC makes a funding contribution to our work. And one more request that didn't make it in time for us to run it through a consensus process. Could TDC ensure that it holds no funds in banks that finance fossil fuel companies? This is coming to be seen as a standard ethical practice in many corporations, and we'd like to be sure that TDC is aligned with this. We look forward enthusiastically to working with you over the period of the long-term plan in our shared goals. And thank you for listening, and I'm happy to use up my remaining minutes in dialogue.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you, obviously, for your comprehensive written submission, as well as coming along to speak to it today. And as you say, there is quite a bit of time for questions. So, and I can already see hands waving. Councillor Butler, Councillor Kinnamonth, and Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Joanna.
And for your submission, and interesting to hear the latest update on that in your percent. Look, I just wanted to raise an issue about greenfields, and I appreciate that you know, that greenfields can be seen to contribute to more emissions. But when we put greenfields in under the lens of adaptation, would you concede that greenfields may actually play a part in adaptation? I mean, where we are now in Motueka, and with sea level rise, and you know, we maybe need to be looking at populations actually going onto hills. So
yes, Celia, I do acknowledge that, and in fact, actually mentioned it in my previous submission on the future development strategy that yes, we want greenfield development minimized, but recognize that particularly with managed retreat, we may need to use greenfield areas.
thank you. Just sort of.
Yeah, good point.
Councillor Kinnamonth and Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Joanna, once again for your presentation. We had a similar, your last point there about which banking institutions we're using. We had our dear old friend Fred do the same yesterday, and I believe that's been taken on board and it's been addressed. So,
oh, that's wonderful. Thanks.
Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Joanna. Just in your submission, you talk about slow population growth. You want us to slow population growth. And whilst you acknowledge that we are required to prepare for a certain level of growth, you want us to slow it, but actually legislation requires us to provide for growth. So how do you, what levers do you believe we've got to slow population growth in Tasman?
I think advocacy or dialogue with central government that controls the rate of immigration is probably the only lever I can imagine, given that natural population growth is quite low. But conversation about what that actually means to how much nature, how much arable land is going to be continually eaten up by a 2% growth rate, and just what we do with our immigration policy.
Thank you. Any further questions? I've just got, oh, righty. Apparently not. I've just got one question. Under your section of waste management, you speak firstly about organic waste collection, and then you talk about we need to move away from recycling being our kind of primary. So how do you reconcile those 2 points? Because effectively, the organic waste collection is a recycling for food waste, and yet in the second paragraph you're saying moving away from recycling is as our preferred method, and focusing more on reduction and etc. So how do those 2 points go together?
Well, yes, the organic food waste that does need to be a stream that has its particular ways of dealing with it, composting privately and also at a community level, certainly. And in terms of just cutting back on things that have to be recycled, which is a costly process in itself. One of the routes would be that advocacy for a national container scheme, so that we can keep the hardware that we create to hold things in constant circulation for at least a lifespan.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you for coming in. Again, comprehensive submission and reinforced by coming and speak to today. So thank you for your time.
Thank you all for your hearing.
So somewhat miraculously, actually, given the morning and the technological issues, we are somewhat ahead of time. So I'll just take this opportunity, as I did before the close of submissions at each stage, to see if there's any feedback or any information people want further information on, noting that a number of the items that have been raised previously, particularly around the airport, aerodrome fees, etc., will have already been picked up. But if there are other things that have come up in submissions today that we'd like more information on. Councillor Murray.
Just formally, what if any promises have been made to the Motueka Historical Trust for the use of either library or Ingram?
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Butler.
Yeah, just about the Fifeshire Foundation and what the history of our TDC's commitments to that has been.
Deputy Mayor Bryant.
Just in relation, Briley, to the Heritage Wharf, I think there may well have been some money provided, and maybe former councillor Ogle may know about that, whether that was for a grant or through grants from rates. I just can't remember off the top of my head. But I know it has been looked at previously.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Mackenzie.
Just with respect to the Fifeshire grant, could staff consider how they could use the Rabbit Island firewood scheme to actually maybe help the funding for the Fifeshire grant?
Yeah, I thought that's a really interesting suggestion, because we know it was really popular. We also know it was unfortunate the way it was run and the consequences of that. So absolutely, I think there is an opportunity in there to look at that. Councillor.
I know we had some response already around aerodromes, but I've got a range of questions. But one particularly around the benchmarking nationally that's been done by council but also by some submitters, and there's discrepancy there about that. And in terms of the rangatahi rōpū that came in for the community development group, I'm just wanting to understand a little more. I don't know if it's from us really, maybe I've get it from somewhere else, just around that, the model, how that organisation is structured and funded and what we've done in the past towards it. I was just trying to get a handle on maybe 20,000 a year would be impacting.
Okay, thank you. There's nothing further. Oh, so yes. Yes, there is, but yes, we can certainly clarify what it is and how it's not enormous. And probably hasn't changed much, as Mary said, for quite some time. So, all right, thank you. So if we reconvene, we're starting lunch a little early. So if we get back a little early and if we have some submitters who are ready to go, we might be able to get slightly ahead of the afternoon's session. So scheduled to restart at past, but we could try and be back by 20 past and we'll see where we can go from there. First slide. A number of speakers who are here already. So first up on the list and has just joined on Zoom, Debs Martin on behalf of the Nature Conservancy and Katagatanga Mōtututanga Alliance. Debs, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. Thank you, Mayor.
Righto, so I will hand over to you to present your submission. So 5 minutes, hopefully, we'll give you the little ding bell at 4.5. And if there's time for questions, we'll take them as part of that time frame. So over to you.
Thanks very much. And thank you to all the councillors for being there today. And I'm sorry I can't be here in person. I'll tell you a little bit why later. But this is a very, very short submission. Our submission was quite short. Obviously, Tasman District Council is a part of the Kotahitanga Mō Te Taiao Alliance and really acknowledge the investment that you have made into the Alliance, as well as the work that has been done by council staff and being involved in terms of the development of our implementation pathway plan, which has just been approved at our last hui, and which we hope to present to council shortly. And so in acknowledging that, it's really around the support for the investment that council makes into the operations of the Alliance, the program management, which essentially keeps everything going so that we can scale up the work that we want to do for impact. And I wanted to touch on a couple of those today to kind of show what happens when we work together collaboratively. The first one is I've actually just been in a meeting over the last 3 days with some of our TNC Asia Pacific team who've been visiting here. We've been visiting a couple of landowners within Tasman District that we've been working on piloting accelerated programs for reforestation. So we've been working with having conversations with Te Uru Rākau, the forestry sector within government, and obviously they've got some advice and support. And what we're doing at the moment is bringing some of our expertise into the region to help look at filling that gap between the sustainable financing mechanisms around those who want to at least transition some of their property, not necessarily in pine forest, but they want to be doing some carbon work, but also to bring that into the native afforestation work with the permanent sinks, which obviously also have co-benefits for the region's biodiversity and for things like freshwater improvement and health, as well as tackling some of the climate change issues. So that's just one of the projects that's happening within the Kotahitanga Mō Te Taiao Alliance, where the work of the partners, the Nature Conservancy, in terms of facilitating some of that work, in terms of bringing in additional investment to help support the region. So essentially, this is a thank you for that investment, but also really bringing to the front of your thinking that investing in these ways can bring in benefits in multiple ways. And then the other thing I want to touch on with that is the work that we've been doing in aligning these strategies with the Tasman Biodiversity Strategy, the Kotahitanga Multi-Tile Strategy, and binding that in at the national level so we can help redirect national funding towards tackling some of these really gnarly problems as well. And finally, as a result of that relationship, we were able to tap into some international funding that we wouldn't have had the capacity to, and that has just brought a sum of around $400,000 for the Pest-Free Onetahua project as well, to enable that work and support and development there. So that's around the funding for the Alliance. Again, appreciation for your support, and obviously looking forward to ongoing and active engagement with the council into the future. And I want to acknowledge Rob Smith, who represents the council, and Gwynne Coleman, who's often present in those meetings as well. And then the second aspect of it is obviously the work with the Kotahitanga Multi-Tile Strategy has really focused on biodiversity, but over recent years we've become very conscious of the impacts of climate change on our region. And so a lot of the work that we're doing, in particular this reforestation work, is looking at building climate resilience into the work. And so really support work that council will be doing in order to address some of those issues of climate change, not only looking at reducing emissions, but also building in the nature-based solutions, so reforestation opportunities potentially to help stabilise some of our coastal regions or some of our riparian margins or floodplains. And we'll be working really closely as we move forward through the Alliance to look at those opportunities and how through the Nature Conservancy we can bring in those opportunities for sustainable financing that might come through into it. So with that, I'll leave it there and hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Debs. Thanks very much for the written submission and also for appearing on Zoom today to speak to it. So thank you. I'll now just hand over to Stuart to take you through the next submission. I've got a phone call to make. Hope I'll get you back before this, but
all good. I'll invite Michael on to the table. Yes, come up to the table there, Michael. Warm welcome. And 5 minutes. Councillor McKenzie will ring the bell at 4.5. Thank you. Yes, well, I've got some additional documents I've made to submit to you afterwards. And I guess it comes from the last conversation from the Guardian, just emphasising the urgency of the climate situation. It's really, very dire. And I suppose looking through the documents, there's a sense of it's just something that's happening. It's being caused by humans, and that means us. And in terms of the council responsibility and the people who live in Tasman District Council, I would like to see the council investing more, creating more opportunities for people to live lifestyles which are lower impact ecologically. So I suppose one thing would be the bus services. Another thing would be the total mobility scheme. I'd be interested to see, I don't know, the council, I believe, funds some of that. Is it possible to, because ecologically, there's no way we can transform the system we have to electric vehicles and so on. There's no way. We're just energy-wise, well, that's a view. In any case, it seems to me that with the scarce resources, which are electric vehicles, they ought to be in the public ownership, not private ownership. That serves to benefit more people. So, the e-buses are great, and the total mobility scheme would be one way to look at how could the council help these kind of taxi services, which is a public service, transition to EVs for a start, so there are options available. So perhaps if the council could, explore the possibilities around that, perhaps they could sponsor some of or buy some vehicles and some of the drivers use. I don't know. There's some possibilities there. I think that'd be a good starting point. And how do we get off for people who really need to move themselves? People who can't, who are eligible for total mobility, who do the basics of life. That seems to me a good groundwork
to build the transport framework around. Otherwise, yeah, cycleways. Sorry. Anyway, this is all just, I don't know if this is a matter of fact. I mean, this is the scientific, I saw there's a number of submissions on your people, it's all a big conspiracy and so on. I guess you have to deal with lots of views. I mean, this is the experts saying we have an emergency. They're saying political leaders must act. You're the political leaders for this area. So I would ask you within the bounds of the law to really use the full extent of your capabilities to help us to move away from fossil fuels, because it's not looking very pretty,
You, anything further?
No, I've got this document.
Yeah, I'll see if there's any questions. Does anyone have any questions? Just one from myself around the total mobility. Obviously, that is a shared type arrangement where we providers provide that service. Are you suggesting we should be encouraging them to convert their vehicles to electric as when they come up for a replacement and that type of thing?
I'm wondering if there could be a possibility there because there may be reluctance to, ideally, we've gone down the privatized model now, everything being privatized. However, as a public service delivery, perhaps if the council were to buy EVs and lease them to drivers to use, so the council take the risk, and just see if there's much uptake, see how the drivers like that, if they're happy with that arrangement, but that's a service that I think it'd be very wise to invest in EVs now before there's a rush, because that's the other thing is these critical minerals. They're saying for one generation of EVs even. So if you're going to get in, it's good to get in now. And perhaps the council could be funding some of that stuff to get these in the public service,
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in and making your points. That will notice. We'll move on to Steve Hayden. Next, if Steve's here. Warm welcome again, Steve. And you heard how the process works. Councillor McKenzie will ring the bell at 4.5 and finish at 5. Just when you're ready.
Small presentations.
Oh, that'll be good.
Mr. Deputy Mayor and councillors, thank you for listening to me. You may recall that I sat here, for those of you who are on the council then 3 years ago, to talk to you about Tasman View Road, which is in Lower Mootry, for those of you who don't know. A good proportion, sorry, I don't know how to move to the next one.
Can you move it?
Thank you. A good proportion of Tasman View Road is designated as an unmaintained road. And last time I showed you a number of photographs, which I'll show you again, which allowed you to get an idea of the beauty of the road and the type of activities that people use the road for. I have to report that in the 3 years, not much has changed, except the roads got busier. There's more cars, more four-wheel drives, more cyclists, more walkers, more horse riders. And the residents have spent more money on maintaining the road that others enjoy. We go to the next one, please. So this is Tasman View Road with some four-wheel drivers. And the next one. Cyclists. Next one. And the next one. You can see that it does get mucked up. And the next one. And the last one. Sorry, the next one, thank you. My section of Tasman View Road, which if those of you know, you've got Harley Road and I turn right down towards here, is also part of the Great Taste Trail. And the Great Taste Trail has had a great deal of work carried out of it in the last couple of years, funded by the Nelson Tasman Cycle Trail Trust. And in fact, we worked with those people as they've been developing the path for cyclists down the side. And there's now plantings and so on, which we now look after. And in fact, we helped put in when they were up there, plantings a couple of years back when they were putting the new path in. Can you go to the next one, please? So here I am again, requesting that the maintenance of my section of Tasman View Road be paid for out of the rates that I pay. The council's policy on the formation and maintenance of legal roads, part 2, brackets, request to maintain a section of formed legal road, close brackets, lays out the considerations. First one is the level of maintenance required has exceeded the residents' willingness as ratepayers to continue to self-maintain it. So recently, the road was in need of regraveling as some board spots, clay, had started to appear, and in times of the few bits of rain that we've had, started churning up. So my wife organised some trucks, and we've paid for that gravel. The other residents, while indicating support, have yet to contribute, so I've funded that myself. I don't really want to spend another penny, particularly given the other residents don't seem to support spending money, although they're in support of the maintenance. And the reason I want to spend money is obviously I enjoy the road and I go to and from it for work, but lots of other people use it as well for recreational purposes. Go to the next one, please. I'm afraid that's a bit faint, but the cost of bringing it to an acceptable standard is one of the next considerations in the council's policy. So the length of the road, which is the red line of the section of Tasman View Road that I would want you to maintain, is only about 1,350 meters. The road's in reasonable condition. The cost wouldn't be, well, it's in reasonable condition because I've funded it. The cost wouldn't be too great. There's no culverts, bridges, or expensive structures that you need to take over and look after. In your policy, the council says that it shall consider applications to maintain either the full length or a section of existing formed legal road and will not fund maintenance extensions unless there is demonstrable public benefit. Well, first of all, I just want a section of it. And secondly, there's obviously a clear demonstrable public benefit with the use for recreational purposes becoming increasingly more prevalent on Tasman View Road. Go to the next one, please. If nothing else, it would ensure that the emergency services can access Tasman View Road if required. In fact, a couple of years ago, towards the end of the piece of road that I would like you to take over to maintain, a cyclist had a heart attack and passed away a couple of years ago. The emergency services managed to get to him, obviously not in time, but managed to get to him. But you saw the other bits of the track, and if it was further down there, then they would have not got there. The next slide, please, which is the last one. Assuming your support for this submission, I'd like to ask you to, or I'd like to invite Jamie McPherson, who is the transportation manager, to visit Tasman View Road with me to discuss this further, including the next steps that I would need to take to progress the move to get this maintained. I'm fed up with paying money for other people.
And you see, that's great. Firstly, a question from myself, because I seem to remember last time we talked to this, it's only a section you were worried about. There is the entire length of the road, isn't there? But the bit you're talking about is 1350 is only a percentage. What would that be as a percentage of the total road?
I actually, because the road goes, I mean,
Right out to the.
For those of you who know where it is, I mean, it goes from Barley Ridge, just not as far as even the lookout point, which looks done over.
Right, okay.
Which over.
I had bite up there when I was fed up.
That's my place. And if you, I mean, obviously it goes on for another few kilometres down the street. So,
Councillor, well, yeah, councillor coming up. Got a bit of check. We had a bit more liberal, but I was.
Thank you for coming along today and yet presenting the same issue. Like Councillor Bryant there, I've written the cycle track there and agree with obviously the photographs are the worst spots. My quick question is, how many vehicles per day do you think use that? Or is it? You know, I know this is it's mainly the residents, isn't it?
No.
No.
I would say that. I mean, I'm not there all day because I have a day job, but at weekends we would certainly get up to 10 four-wheel drives every day. We would probably get, I don't know, 50 to 100 cyclists. We'd probably get half a dozen horse riders. We'd probably get 10 motorcyclists. It's become, as I said to you, in the 3 years since I was here last time, it's become much busier in terms of the other people using my road.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Steve. Thanks for coming and making this a bit.
Thank you.
And hand back to Mayor.
Right, thank you, Deputy Mayor Brian. So next up, we've got Bruce Kingan. Welcome, Bruce.
Well, I'm not going to take 5 minutes of your time, people, but just to speak about the proposed increase in charges at the Mott airfield. I'm just a recreation pilot who's flown on the life and tried to Mapua and used the Mott airfield for my recreational flying. Shock horror, we got the proposed fee increases, and we've had speakers in the last meetings which probably put it across better than I do, but and I'm sure those proposed charges were put out there to jerk everyone's chain, if you like, and that we don't expect to have to pay that increase, 300% increase in annual fees. I know you've heard a few suggestions in the last couple of days, which we're all on the same page. You know, the bulk fee, annual fee, etc. And the AOPA's suggestions that went in their submission, I just reiterate with all those, they appear to make a lot of sense. And I think that sense will prevail. It's a strategic asset, not airfield. As I'm sure we all know, close to the Taka Hill, close to the inland areas here, and we definitely need the airfield. We fear that if the charges remain as proposed, that there'll be a lot of people just don't want to use it, and that's pretty serious. That's really all I've got to say. I think you've heard this in the last couple of meetings from, let's say, more experienced speakers than me, and so that's all, guys.
Thank you very much. As you say, there have been a number of speakers on this topic that have, by and large, consistently raised the same issues and concerns that you have in your submission. So if there are any questions, I'll certainly take them. Councillor Hill.
Hi, thanks. When you say that people will stop using them, the airfield, so in terms of locals who are based here, do you think that people would, like you, would just reduce the amount of times that you're flying, or I'm on Golden Bay, and would you not come over there so much?
I've probably bought one airplane, stopped it up, and my average flight is 30 minutes. I was doing 2 30-minute flights for 1 technician for a day at $60 an hour, and
Yeah, and if you left here and went to Takapuna, landed, had a tea with Shane and them, came back, yeah.
well, I think as I said, and I think everyone else has said, the number was probably put out there to see what the reaction was. And the reaction is quite strong against the fact that it's crazy. 300% is crazy.
What do you think it should be?
Well, it's been talked about an increase of 10% would be up to $11, but the $15 would seem to us to be close to.
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
And the annual fee to be set at, I think it's been suggested $300 per aircraft. And some guys, that would cost them more money per landing if they don't use the airplane very much. Once they use it.
Like joining the gym, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Kind of.
Well,
Not
you can go
really.
and get your money.
Yeah. Councillor Dowler.
Just to say thank you very much for doing the flyover of the Tasman Anzac Parade. It was very well appreciated. Thank you.
And Mapua too, twice.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for speaking to your submission. So now we have, I see Trish Palmer, you're here. So if you're happy to go slightly earlier than you're scheduled to go.
Do you know you do that to me every time?
Oh, I know. Well, you turn up early. So, you know.
Out of a session, you always go first. It's like the icebreaker. Yeah.
Welcome, Trish. So 5 minutes. You'll get the little dingy bell at 4.5. And if there's time for questions, we'll take some questions. So over to you how you'd like to use your time. The submission has been circulated in red. So.
Yeah, and just to that, because it's Friday afternoon and 2 o'clock, it's a shocking time to talk to any group. It's the worst possible on the things. So I was very tempted to bring you all a barley sugar just so that you'd
Someone gave us chocolates earlier.
And yeah, and then I said to Terry this morning, maybe I should wear a bikini, and he said, no, then they really wouldn't listen. All right. And I'm sorry, this is going to sound a bit like a lecture, but I don't mean it to sound like that, okay? And it's because I'm reading it. It always sounds like a lecture. Resilience, climate change, and community. Those words didn't feature at all in my submissions to council 30 years ago. Resilience and community were assumed. Climate change was the agenda of dodgy outliers. But here we are. Council's efforts in these areas are commendable at policy level, especially supporting initiatives involving native reforestation, walking and cycleways, cleanups and e-buses. Thankfully, the proposed 10-year plan includes continuation of these positive outcome projects, which have benefits across health and wellbeing, assist the economy and encourages visitors. The next big ticket item must be Motueka Pool. There are folk in Motueka who have green prescriptions involving swimming, but can't access the aquatic centre due to time, transport or financial constraints. The pool will give the kids of Motueka another safe social and physical outlet, thus reducing community harm. Pools are one of the few facilities which are truly inclusive and positive for all sections of the community. When the Motueka Library and Richmond Aquatic Centre were proposed, they both met with a lot of opposition, yet the value of quality facilities are now obvious. Don't let the Motueka Pool get derailed or postponed. Having said that, in my original submission to this plan, I supported the Tapawera Hub, but acknowledged community unease. That unease is rapidly morphing into anger. Many longer-term residents feel that it's not just a treasured building being bulldozed. TDC may be wise to support the hub in principle only at this stage, giving the community time to develop better understanding and buy-in. Whilst this would jeopardise government funding, council must remember that a divided community is not a resilient one. Regarding resilience and community, council's policies reflect understanding of how important these are, but at ground level, whole communities are either at risk or already adversely impacted by TDC actions. For instance, the new type of gravel laid recently on Forest Creek Road has completely halted cycling, walking and running along its length. It was previously popular as it's a beautiful space, flat and with low traffic, but now unsafe. Worse, I understand TDC has received complaints from folk who feel so unsafe driving on that surface that they won't. How does their loss of independence fit into either resilience or community? Next door, on the maintained section of Sunday Creek, roadside waterways have yet again been filled in by the grader, forcing water to scour out the road and spreading ratepayer-funded gravel onto our regenerative paddocks, smothering topsoil. The grader pushes waste onto fences, creating gradual build-up and pressure on our infrastructure. We spent last Saturday pulling out a section of stock fence, replacing bent waratahs and fence posts broken under the weight. We had better things to spend our time on. I hear you thinking this is an issue for an online TDC form. The reality is that online forms trigger a process where orange flashing lights, vests and tablets meander up the road, but don't knock on doors or consult affected residents. Therefore, decisions are based on assumptions and part information. Those experts are not the locals clearing grader-created blockages and pouring rain. TDC works need to increase resilience to climate, not actively create risk. Periodically, a team do come through with lovely cones, diggers and shovels. They do a fantastic job of reopening ditches, clearing culvert entries, etc. But it's a game. Here comes the grader. Ratepayer money being used to completely negate the gains of other ratepayer money. But Sunday Creek has bigger issues. A council representative recently admitted
I'm going to go over, admitted that TDC's failure over the last decade to do the small fixes on the supposedly temporarily unmaintained section of the through road has resulted in deterioration so bad it's now too expensive to return to maintained standards. We don't need full repair, just the roadside water paths reinstated, not because we feel special, but because in weather events, the Motueka Highway regularly closes near both Woodstock and Kahatu, leaving residents from the wider Tapawera district reliant on Sunday Creek. Last time, this included emergency services. Resilient communities require access. TDC's 10-year inaction is quietly removing this facility. But to be honest, even that issue pales in the face of a far bigger Sunday Creek issue, again caused by council's failure. Stanley Brook Waterway has been steadily changing course in each flood and no prevention has taken place. One property has lost a complete paddock and much loved protected tree is at risk. But more importantly, the power pole which provides households on the Forest Creek side of the bridge is likely to be taken out. I've got one more paragraph and I did be slow at the start, so bear with me. This is really important, sorry. The Sunday Creek Bridge looks set to lose its approaches, particularly on the Motueka Valley Highway side. The community AED will be 100 metres away and totally unreachable. Clearly, TDC is not picking on Stanley Brook. My point is this: resilience and community in the face of climate change depends on TDC preserving infrastructure and physical access. Act now to save much bigger financial and wellbeing impacts on the next cyclone. This must come before squash courts and improved rugby club rooms. And thank you, Tim. I know I went over.
That's all right, Trin. I just wanted to make sure you weren't going an hour over.
No.
Always
I never do. I always time it before to be 4.5, but I shouldn't have joked about bikinis. Sorry about that.
That's all right. No worries. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in and taking the time to make your submission. So
And I
appreciate
was
it.
speaking on behalf of a whole group of Stanley Brook residents who know what's in this. We are really concerned.
Thank you. Thanks again for coming and speaking on behalf of the audience of Sunday Creek Stanley Brook. Well, next up, we have Whakarewa Trust and N-Rate. So Joni, welcome. And Dean as well. Then we've got Michaela on behalf of the Motueka Mai Tapiti and Wekapekas Limited, Ricardo, welcome back. And then Cornelia Bavoom, who is on Zoom. So that's the next speakers in order. So Joni, welcome. Dean as well, over to you. So your submission's been circulated in red. It's 5 minutes. Over to you how you'd like to utilise that. And if there's time for questions, I'll take some at the end.
Ko tēnā tātou katoa, ko Joni Wilson tuku ingoa, ko au te tumu whakarai o whakarewa, ko Dean Straker tōna ingoa, ko ia te pau whakahaere whenua ki whakarewa. Kei konei a maua ki te whakawhiti kōrero ki aku tā paitanga, tēnei te mihi kia koutou katoa. So we are here today representing the hapu of Ngāti Rārua Atiawa Trust, Whakarewa. We thank you for this opportunity to speak to our key points of our submission. I will take our submission as read, so thank you, Tim, and we'll begin by emphasising that we are the connector to our people, to place me ngā taonga tuku iho in Motueka. We do not do this in isolation. We do this with our principal home, Te Awhina Marae, our sister entity, Wakatuan Corporation, our various iwi, business and community. We are landowners, land users and landlords here in Motueka, from horticulture to commercial and retail activity. We too serve and contribute to the TDC long-term plan and its development. I draw your attention to our first point of response. Given time constraints, I weave in both choice 1 and 4, reaffirming that our principal home, Te Awhina Marae, whilst absent in the description of activity, should rightfully and on its own merits benefit from any contributions to services and facilities from TDC. Te Awhina Marae knows no boundaries. They have and continue to open their doors to locals and visitors from around the world. It is essential that this taonga to many who access health and wellbeing services, educational and cultural experiences is recognised and supported in the same way as others TDC has identified to receive funding to maintain and improve its facilities. Climate change and resilience. As the second largest landowner in Motueka, we know only too well the impact of climate change. With our low-lying lands, we are just as vulnerable as our neighbours. Adaptation and resilience is at the forefront of what action we, us, the community, must do as kaitiaki to preserve the ecological assets and beyond. Whakarewa continues to maintain a relationship with our international partners in Limvik, who are further advanced in the adaptation and resilience solutions. It is on that premise that we support, alongside Wakatu, the development of a climatorium in Motueka with funding set aside in the long-term plan. Which is a good segue into my next point, the Motueka water waste treatment plant. We expect to be consulted and included in the future development planning of the new facility in Motueka. We are also open to discussions on options such as future partnerships. We also want to see this project brought forward. Finally, 2 more points. Māori land. Put simply, we have been alienated from our lands for too long. This is just one of the many levers until further legislative changes are made to land reform decisions. We support the remission of rates on Māori land. And lastly, the water in Motueka needs to be retained for the growth and development of Motueka, rather than being transported away. Over the summer months, Council has been transporting water from the bore at the rec centre to other areas and it's really a conversation to be had with mana whenua, and we welcome that. Kia ora, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou.
Tony, thank you very much. There's time for maybe one question, so should there be one? Councillor Butler.
Thank you. Just in relation to the climatorium, you know, the first thing that comes up when anyone would talk or think about this is how much it would cost and where it would go. So, what would be the possibilities of funding from outside New Zealand for this project, should it be feasible?
Good question. I think that's something that we can explore absolutely further to see what that looks like. No doors closed, so I think that's something that we could explore.
And that's something that you would explore.
We could, yes, as partners, yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you very much both for coming in, speaking to your submission.
Lovely.
Next up, we've got Michaela Loban on behalf of Motueka Mai Tawhiti. Welcome, Michaela.
Kia ora tātou, kuihui mai nei tēnei rā. O Michaela Loban tōku ingoa, o Creole Āmei, o Te Wera Hinari, Te Taho Kio. I am the chairperson of Motueka Mai Tawhiti, and these are members within our organisation who have come in tautoko today. Motueka Mai Tawhiti is an organisation that has been working and collectively creating opportunities for our whānau Māori, for our rangatahi and for our tamariki ki Motueka, here in Motueka, to be able to engage in kaupapa Māori. Throughout our time together as a whānau, we have been grateful and appreciative of being able to be the recipients of funding through TDC that has enabled us to engage our whānau, our tamariki, and particularly our rangatahi in the arts, in the engagement of sports and participation, and our most recent drive of kaupapa is through waka. So for our whānau, for tamariki and rangatahi, the most important factor for them to be successful in their life is to be able to know their identity and to connect to their taonga tuku ihoa. We have been in collaboration and in communication with organisations here in Motueka to look at bringing our own waka that we've successfully raised funds for and being able to be ki Motueka here with our waka for our community, for our tamariki, for our rangatahi. I was asked, what exactly am I asking for? And I know that this is my first time standing, so in this forum, and obviously I'm nervous. I'm not actually asking for a great deal beyond support and beyond the vision that TDC and the community are able to consider in their future plans. What waka and being able to access the moana for our whānau, for our community, to be on the moana, in the waka, in Motueka, what does that look like? And is there any consideration in the years to come of where down on the waterfront we might be able to have access for that? There are some areas down at the wharf that are suitable for us to be able to utilise, and working in partnership with organisations that will help us to be able to access those points now. Over in Whakatū with Whakatū Marae Wakama, they have their port down there that they have the ability to launch from. Having safe avenues like that makes it easy for us to be able to access these opportunities. Most importantly, to be able to re-engage our tamariki, our rangatahi, our Pākeke, and our community to the importance of connecting to Te Taiao, what that looks like and how we have a relationship and taking care of it, being engaged in it, and receiving a reciprocal relationship with Te Taiao is really important to us, not only as Māori, but as residents in Te Tauihu. I have provided a PowerPoint that shows many of the kaupapa that we've been engaged in throughout these past 5 years that have been so hugely impacting and having our people engage. I would like to open the floor to any pātai. I'm just so nervous, I'm so sorry.
For someone who's very nervous, you've done a great job of speaking without notes and no ums, ahs or hesitations. So I think you can be really happy with your presentation and how clearly you've got across your message. So next time you come and speak to us, you won't need to be nearly so nervous. So we'll open up. There's a bit of time for questions. So are there any questions that anyone has? Councillor Hill.
Kia ora, Councillor Ho, no mohua aho. I'm just trying to get a sense of the rōpū in relationship to Te Awhina and Mana Whenua iwi here and wakaama clubs that happen and has your rōpū sort of emerged in its own sort of right to generate the things that you do?
Predominantly our whānau and those who engage with motueka mai tawhiti are predominantly iwi. So they are the tamariki of iwi members.
Yeah.
The kōrero has come through from our navigational pūrākau. So we don't just reside here in Motueka, but the inua of Motueka, the name itself actually comes through from our Polynesian navigator, Hui Te Rangiora. He connects to the iwi to Te Awhina, and it's the top Te Awhina. These pūrākau are significant to us to be able to share through our engagement on the water and also the relationship that we have with kapahaka as well, the waiata, the oriori, the haka, it's all connected. That's what it looks like to be engaging our whānau of Motueka with its relevance.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Michaela. Thanks for coming in and speaking to us and putting across the desires that you want to work collectively. And I'm sure through Renee, we'll be able to continue those conversations in terms of how you might be able to access the moana. So thank you for coming in. Thanks for
Can I
to
just
support
on
us. You may.
whakatauki? Tangata ako ana I te kāinga, te tūranga ki te marae, tuana. A person that's nurtured in their community contributes strongly to society. So that is actually a value that we hold so closely to our hearts and why we put our energy into our young ones. So ngā mihi nui ki a tātou.
Kia ora. Thank you. So next up, we've got, so slight change in the order. We've got Giles Douglas Whitney on behalf of the Nelson Aviation College, then followed by the Wikipeckers, Bruce Miller, and then Cornelia. Welcome, Giles.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks to the Mayor and the councillors for hosting this very long event for you all today. I'm sure. Sorry, I'm presenting in the afternoon. I bet you've heard it all today. So I'm here to represent Nelson Aviation College that started in 1978, and we're proudly one of only 4 flight schools in New Zealand that delivers training to Air New Zealand under a preferred flight training organisation scheme. We also deliver an Air New Zealand product on behalf of Air New Zealand to our students. Right, I'll keep it very streamlined because of time. I'm going to focus on Motueka Aerodrome only because we have 2 bases in the district. One is at Motueka Aerodrome, where new entrant pilots, students arrive and do the bulk of their training. And then for the final part of their training, which is approximately 4 months, they'll go to Nelson Airport, where we have a second base operating. And so in my submission that you've read, you would have seen that I reference there are some fundamental differences between what Motueka Aerodrome can offer and what Nelson Airport offers. From Nelson Aviation College's point of view, we disagree with the transition or the proposal to transition to individual aircraft landing fees, but it sounds very negative to begin with. However, what we do propose is to continue what we currently have, which is bulk charging of landings, particularly for a flight school like ours, where we do just over 3,000 landings per year. It's a great opportunity to talk to you. We had COVID, and the last 2 years it's been the toughest time for Nelson Aviation College in the history of the flight school. The reason for that is it's the tail of COVID. People got turned off training during COVID, And now that cohort is just coming out. So the last 2 years have been incredibly financially challenging. This year, however, we have full numbers, which I'm delighted to report to you, which is a really great story, I think. Commercially speaking, as opposed to what you've heard probably earlier in the day regarding recreational flying, the majority of pilots in New Zealand train with a student loan scheme because of the cost of training. Cost of training, depending on the program that they're on, is around about $125,000 per student. Okay. Not many 19, 20 or 21-year-olds have that kind of money or access to it in their families. And so we're controlled heavily in a heavily regulated industry, but particularly by the Tertiary Education Commission, which has only allowed us to put up our fees to protect the learner by 2.8% this year. Think of the cost of living crisis. Think about that in a business. It seems incredibly unfair to us, but those are the rules that we're playing in. So 2.8% is the increase that we can make and have this year. I'm not going to go over it again. The proposed change to individual movement poses a number of challenges and limitations, but the bulk charging allows for lots of positives, both from the TDC's point of view, but also from Nelson Aviation College. It's really streamlined. So what we're proposing is to increase the fee we currently pay for per aircraft, which is $1,500 per annum per aircraft. And we have 8 aircraft that we pay for, so $12,000 per year. We are proposing for that to rise over a 4-year period to enable it to us to adjust from $1,500 to $2,500 per aircraft per annum. While that doesn't translate to $20 per landing, we would submit that it seems fair and reasonable based on the fact that NSC, although being the largest operator at Motueka Aerodrome in terms of movements, it doesn't mean we contribute the same percentage in terms of aerodrome operating costs. Motueka can only be open by day. Nelson, on the other hand, is open 24 hours a day and has emergency services. Everything is lit. Everything is, there's bitumen everywhere for taxiways and the airport. And the other thing is NAC gives back to the TDC in a fantastic arrangement we've had for many, many years. In fact, I would say since the time we set up at Motueka. We actually host the server that brings in the data for you for movements each month. That's called an AIM server. We do runway inspections on behalf of the council. I'm an emergency point of contact. We assist the council with aerodrome auditing. We supply consultation and training services from our chief flying instructor and safety manager because people who look after the aerodrome are not pilots. So we give that perspective. And we give anyone who needs to work at the aerodrome site-specific briefings and induction programs for contractors on behalf of the TDC. Final thing I'd like to say, because I must be running out of time surely, is that NAC fully supports the GA push from AOPA from a $250 to $300 increase per annum. So we fully support that amount of an increase. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Thank you for coming in. There's probably time for a question, should there be one. Deputy Mayor Brian.
Thanks very much for coming in, Joel.
My pleasure.
You talked about the number of landings you do.
Yes.
And the number of aircraft you have.
Yes.
Inclusive in that, do you do a lot of touch and goes as well?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
And so would they be in that bulk fee you talked about per aircraft rather than in the land? Just go a little bit over the answer. Please.
I researched that number for you.
Oh, even if you let us know, I guess. But I imagine
1,098 touch and goes, which aren't included in that figure provided for full stop landings.
Because they're an important part of training, aren't they?
Absolutely, yes, and yes, that's correct. And the tricky thing will be the 60-minute thing, because we'll have to make sure we don't go to 61 minutes as part of our training, which creates a bit of a safety issue for us.
Well, I guess your preference would be to pay the bulk rate.
Absolutely, for all of those reasons, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
That's a very, very short.
Why do you support the increase?
Because I'm a realist, and name me something that hasn't gone up over the last 2 years. And there hasn't been an increase since 2019. So it's only fair for there to be an increase. So that's why we proposed a 66% increase. Yeah, we think it's fair to give back. Oh, and the other thing too, I just want to say really quickly, we want the aerodrome like you to thrive. I know you want it to thrive. So we don't want to create barriers for people to help that happen. Yeah, that's why we support the increase. Yeah, thank you for your question.
Thank you. My pleasure. Coming in and presenting your submission. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Ricardo, welcome back. This,
Nowadays.
there you go. This time on behalf of Wickpickers. So over to you. You know the drill. So.
Yeah, apologies, my husband couldn't come for the staff member couldn't sick this morning. Tēnā koutou katoa, dear councillors, thank you for all the maha you do and the interest you show in all aspects of our community. We acknowledge TDC's support for our waste minimisation activities through the waste minimisation grant scheme so far. However, reading the waste management and minimisation plan, we understand that the intention to reach the goal of waste diversion and minimisation is through other groups and activities rather than directly by the council. To reach these goals, we believe the current funds made available for these groups is woefully short of what is actually needed. We ask for increased grant monies and support to continue our and other groups' waste diversion and also increase our ability. As you will be aware, NCC has just partnered with NEC to provide C&D waste diversion through the NEC shop, a service that we at Wickpickers have been providing since we started operating Wickpickers in late 2020 without any support from TDC in doing that. We offer also soft plastic and polystyrene recycling and are working on extending other plastic recycling, which are aimed both at commercial operators and our residential customers. Other areas that we are looking at to set up are glass recycling, window and safety glass, which is currently always going into landfill. In the plan, some councillors might be more aware, the yearly residential average wage calculator is 557 kg is aimed for it to be reduced to in the next 10 years. We are a family of 4. This is what we have produced in the last 4 weeks of household rubbish. We have a compost bin. We do our normal curbside recycling, soft plastic at the supermarkets. We are at Wickpickers have introduced the lit recycling. They can't go into the council recycling bins. This is, I guess, around 3 kilos per week. So times 52. What is it? Councillor Dowler, 150 kilos, 160 plus a few extras here. We have young children, so there'll be broken toys here and there as well. They can't be recycled. This year, I understand there were 65,000 tons of waste going to landfill, the residential figures in the plan. At Wickpickers, we managed to divert around 1,000 tonnes per year through our different recycling and reuse streams. And please bear in mind that's only through 3 to 4 full-time staff equivalent employees on an average yearly basis. So with more facilities and better infrastructure here in Motueka, we offer the food and beverage carton or Tetra Pak recycling, have a good uptake over in Golden Bay as well. And we have a lot of customers coming over from Golden Bay to shop at Wickpickers. We believe with more support, we can help reach the council's goals of the only 10% envisaged waste minimisation rate in your long-term plan. Thanks.
Thank you. So there is some time for questions. So Councillor Dowler,
yeah, just probably half the council doesn't realise that you guys actually go out and destroy houses and recycle all the bits. And
no,
so,
not destroy, deconstruct. If I not behavioral change, it's always about the detail. Yeah.
And you recycle all the goodies, so it doesn't go to the landfill. So just how many houses would you have done in the last?
So we have done 3 proper residential houses, and we have helped other people clean up their places where they had partly deconstructed buildings or sheets that needed to be pulled down. We are developing a good relationship also with Wakatu, and them to work more environmentally. We've done one building for them so far, and are in discussion with the second building. TDC has reached out to us also to quote on a deconstruction up on Takaka Hill. So we acknowledge that TDC is working in these areas. We just do believe with more infrastructure, this is all part of climate resilience for TDC. And it's not just about getting hybrid cars and cycle pathways. And of course, a big area is food waste, which is not very much acknowledged in the group site collection and balancing, but that's a different topic.
Thank you.
We're happy to engage.
Deputy Mayor Bright.
Thank you. Thank Mr. Mayor, Ricardo. Well, due to the time constraints, I won't do any preamble. We'll go straight to the question. So you're asking for 100,000 grant. Previously, you've had some money through the waste minimisation grant, haven't you, and applied for similar amounts. Have you considered doing that again?
We are currently in the process. I believe Kim Algie has just sent a few more questions about our current grant, which is tackling other plastic recycling projects.
So is that different to this 100,000? That's right.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Because that's a small infrastructure and this is bigger, which will also help with behavioral change. Just I was here earlier and I see there's new takeaway, one-time use rubbish coffee cups here on your tables. Behavioral change. It all makes a difference.
All these people are encouraging me to drink coffee in the morning, so now I have to have it.
There's regular cups here that could be, I'm sure Lisa at the Red Coffee Cup wouldn't mind filling those up. So that's why the 100,000 is separate, and I understand there are other areas that we will be touching into, and yeah. As we said on the management plan for the waste, we are very happy to engage and learn more what your plans are and how we can work together.
Thanks, Ricardo. Thanks for coming in again, and thanks for your passionate advocacy on behalf of both of the organisations you've been here representing today.
Welcome. We hope you have a good weekend coming.
Thank you. And next up, we've got Mark Bruce Miller, and on behalf of Whenua. Oh, actually, Nick.
Yes.
Yeah, Nick, sorry.
Sorry, I don't have anything to show and tell.
No, that's all right.
I didn't realise that was. I'll bring a carabiner and some ropes next time. Yes, Mark can't make it, I'm afraid, so I'm representing Whenua, Tēnā koutou katoa, Kona Kingston Tokoinga. Afternoon, Mayor King, councillors, guests. I'm representing Outdoor Whenua Outdoors. We've been delivering, as many of you will know, outdoor education programs at the top of the south since 1986. I'm here today to build on some of the points made in our LTP submission. We, as an organisation, believe the time is right for a different approach to how ratepayer funding can support the outcomes we deliver each year for youth in the region. You'll note in our proposal that we are advocating for a partnership approach with Nelson City Council, ideally through an MOU that outlines each council's share of proposed funding, as well as what accountability measures Whenua would want. The current investment in Whenua programs is through contestable funding via grant applications. We are, to be clear, exceptionally grateful for the funding that we received from Tasman Council to date. Current investment is approximately $3 per participant per annum. Our LTP proposes that the per participant rate is lifted to $20 in line as a line item for the next LTP to partly account for the significant cost pressures to our business since the beginning of the COVID lockdowns. The proposed $148,500 of funding for the next 3 years would be split 60-40 between each council, TDC 60, Nelson City Council 40. I'll get into the reason for that in a second, which would leave TDC with $89,100 over the next 3 years as an LTP item, and Nelson City Council, who I presented to this morning, for $59,400. To give you a sense of scale of our operation, we know that 81% of our 4,200 participants a year are from Nelson and Tasman. This accounts for 1 in 5 youth between 5 and 19 years old from Nelson, Tasman that attend our programs each year. Of those from Nelson, 63% are from Tasman and 37% are from Nelson. So we try to represent the funding breakdown accordingly. It roughly is 60-40 over the years. Last year, we had over 2,600 participants from Tasman who attended our programs, which represents approximately 28% of this 9,600 youth in Tasman. And a point to note, nationally, 11.7% of youth aged between 15 and 24 are not engaged in educational training, the NEET. The NEET rate is approximately 10% for Nelson and Tasman. As noted in our submission, this is a sleeping giant of an issue that the council would consider more directly. This is because in 2013, AUT Department of Economics estimated the annual cost of each NEET to be $26,847. Adjusted for inflation using the Reserve Bank's calculator, 2024 cost is just over $35,000 per NEET. Regionally, there are estimated to be 650 NEET in Tasman, which represents roughly a $23 million cost per annum for Tasman. Outdoor education is a well-documented and extensively researched intervention known to reduce the percentage of NEET. Programs like those at Whenua Iti are what we would consider shovel-ready and interventions that will make a meaningful impact on the NEET rate. If local government signals that they are willing to invest in reducing the percentage of NEET by a ratepayer contribution, we may be more able to convince central government to address this issue more directly in the region. Our suggested investment in LTP proposal is less than 1% of the NEET cost per annum. So that's all I have. Questions?
Thank you. Thank you for coming in and speaking. There's time for some questions. So, Councillor Mackenzie, Deputy Mayor Brian.
Thank you very much. Could you just give me an update? A couple of years ago, you were looking at quite an extensive building project. Well, what is the current status of that?
There's been stop-start work on that. There's been some funding come through just recently for a climbing wall proposal. It's an indoor climbing wall that we're going to attach some ablution blocks and things on that too. We've got some funding for it. We're still working on that works.
Thank you. The Deputy Mayor Brian.
Nick, thanks for coming in and thanks for the work you do at Whenua Iti.
Thank you.
Which I hear really good commentary about out in the community, so thank you. Just around the funding, because I heard you alluded to, you do get quite a number of grants through the grants for rates. I think you had an application in every category last year and just about all of them got. So your bulk funding, I assume, would replace that. Is that what you're saying? And
yeah, so I met with Bill Hupler from Nelson and Yuli Potlova from Tasman and said, the conversation went essentially like this. We do a bunch of applications every year. You say yes or no to those applications. We write a bunch of things and back and forward. Aren't we wasting a lot of time? If we had to quantify the cost of that, I don't know what it is, but it would roughly be several $1,000s in terms of just wage costs alone. Isn't there a better option? The other point that we made was that really those contestable funds are really not designed for larger organisations like ours. They're kind of designed for small sports clubs and those sorts of things. So we sort of felt that we were in a position where we wanted to create a genuine long-term partnership with both councils to jointly fund the region, because we have participants from both, in a way that we as a business could plan more longitudinally in the future. Because right now we have lots of applications that come in and come out, and we cross our fingers that some come, and we plan from there. So it's very difficult for staffing costs in particular.
Thank you. Just one last question. In terms of the NEET rate, which is a significant issue for Tasman, the country generally, but Tasman and Nelson, and the government's goal, they have a specific target around youth unemployment, which being the government's goal should be voted by the government. In terms of your funding relationship with people like MSD, like DIA, in relation particularly to that cohort of people in our community, how does that work?
Yeah, we do get some funding from MYD, MSD, DIA, Rata Foundation and others. But again, we're sort of trying to run this back up the flagpole a little bit to say, we know that outdoor education actually positively impacts NEET. We're not asking for the full amount from council or others. We're not the only intervention in town either, but we know we are one of them. If there's a show of faith from councils, we're quite confident that we can then start advocating in Wellington to say, hey, let's charge this more directly to the region and have a regional approach. We've got a MOU with both councils. Let's work together on a solution. That's, I guess, where we're trying to head.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for coming in and speaking to your submission. Next up, we have Cornelia on behalf of Nelson Tasman Equestrian Access Network. So on Zoom. Welcome, Cornelia.
Kia ora. Nice to be here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you okay. So 5 minutes, obviously submission's been circulated and read. So over to you how you use that 5 minutes, and you'll probably hopefully hear the little dinger in about 4.5.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks very much. Tēnā koutou katoa. No ahi tereria aho, no horana, no airana, no kotirana o kutupuna. I whānau mai aho I Canberra, Australia. Kei Tapawera aho e noho ana. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā tātou katoa. So a recent estimate by a local horse service provider estimated that there are about 1,000 horses in the Tasman district. But progressive loss of riding areas is an issue that we've been facing for quite a while. Key causes seem to be bridle tracks use similar terrain to cycleways. And while the cycleway has obviously been a great thing for the region, cycleway creation often means that traditional horse tracks are either designated formally as no horses, or they become less usable by horses with gravel that hurts horses' hooves, or cyclists or walkers who don't believe we should be there and quite stroppy about it, or people with aggressive dogs, for example. Riding routes along quiet country roads become much less quiet over time. As roads are widened, we lose the verge, cars go faster, fewer people understand how to pass horses safely. There's a general loss of knowledge and they become much less safe. And tracks become disconnected from each other, and riding areas do. So in fact, people tell me that they have to transport their horse by float using a diesel truck, for a kilometre maybe to a safe place to ride, or up to 50 kilometres just to, go out for a nice ride of an evening, which isn't sustainable. Nobody wants to transport their horse by float if they don't have to, but it becomes the only option to get your horse out and about. I also noticed that in the Forest and Bird submission to this process, they noted that horses can be a risk for nesting birds. This is only an issue if we don't have an option on a nice path to go to. Lots of people just find they have to go to the beach because it's the only place that allows them to get out and about without a lot of conflict with other users. So more tracks would also protect bird life. We know it can be hard to communicate with equestrians as a group, and so that's why we've established the Nelson Tasman Equestrian Access Network to act as a representative body for all those people who aren't part of a club or other association to do with horses, and to improve communication with the council or with anybody else we need to talk to. So what we're asking for is for commitment from the council to improving equestrian access to tracks and trails in the area. We'd like the review of the Great Taste Trail bylaw, which I believe has now expired, to allow horse access to most areas or any area that's possible. We'd like horse riding to be recognised as a very popular sport here in Tasman. I'd note especially among women. And also it's one of the few activities or sports that you can do from the age of 5 to the age of 105. There are many people for whom getting out in nature or exercising in the fresh air is really only comfortable on horseback, and you can go a lot of places that you just couldn't walk for some of our older members. We'd also like to note that it could be a potential source of tourism revenue. Hanmer Springs has a network of horse tracks, and there are people who take their horses to Hanmer Springs for 2 weeks just to use the trails there. We could certainly do that here with forestry or riverbank rides or any other option we could develop. What what would be very helpful for us is for council to nominate a contact person for us to talk to and help address these issues as a collective. We know there are a lot of complex issues, but we think it's all perfectly manageable. We'd just like to have the opportunity to work with you on that. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Cornelia. So there's a bit of time for questions. So are there any questions that anyone has? Deputy Mayor Brian.
Quick one, Cornelia. Just in relation to riding on the Great Taste Trail, at some places that could be quite challenging where there's particularly a quite gritty trail, or there's as obstructions, like I'm thinking past the Anglican Church at Wakefield, would be very difficult to take a horse. So you'd obviously have to look for suitable paths. But I guess the question relates to the surface, because it's probably not an ideal riding surface in a lot of areas.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of people now use hoof boots, so it's an alternative to shoes. So it's a rubber sort of encasing around the hoof, which can allow people to ride on a range of surfaces. And yeah, I would agree that some people won't really enjoy, if their horse is barefoot, having them on the really gravelly stuff. And we'd need to consider what the best places are. But I think at the moment, from my reading of most of the Great Taste Trail maps, it's just no horses anywhere, even if there aren't any obvious reasons why not. So we'd like a chance to review that and yeah, have another look at it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. Just one last question. Have you as a group had a discussion with the Great Taste Trail people? The trust?
Yeah, I spoke to the trail manager last week, and she was the one that alerted me to the fact that the bylaw had expired, and therefore we might be able to have an influence on how it's whatever the word is, written. And that, I mean, her comment was primarily decisions about horses on the Great Taste Trail relate to the landowner and what they want to allow. But in principle, the cyclists don't have any issue with horses on the track. Second of all, we may not need to be on the track. If there's an area on the side, if there's space to move, we could be on the grass next to it, and that would be completely fine from everyone's perspective.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for appearing and speaking to your submission.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Right, next we have Axel down in Wilkie on behalf of Golden Bay Cycle and Walkway Society, also on Zoom. Welcome, Axel.
Ngā mihi nui kia tautou katoa. As you have already announced me, my name is Axel Donald Wilke. I am the chairperson of the Golden Bay Cycle and Walkway Society, and our submission was quite short and snappy, and only in two parts. And the first part really was in relation to the Port Tarakaui development plans, that ideally the long-term plan isn't actually affected by this, because what should be happening to the road in the vicinity of the port, that should really be funded by the port development plan. But it seems to us that has been completely overlooked, and if this needs to be backed up by the long-term plan, then so be it. And the second part of our submission is we, as a group, we are currently focusing on getting cycle and walkway onto the ground, connecting Takaka to Collingwood. That's obviously a longer term endeavor. We are working quite closely with council staff on this, and obviously also with the staff from NZTA. And something that I that we didn't write in our submission, but that's relevant for context, is we are currently in the process of putting an advisory group together to steer this work, where we want to have representation from farming, education, the arts, tourism council, business, and trucking. And so we are talking to the relevant stakeholders at the moment to form this group. So that should be up and running by the end of next month, we hope. So given that we are in full swing, we are talking to landowners. Some of them have approached us about wanting to give land to a cycleway and walkway connection. And given that council staff have always been very supportive of what it is that we do, we feel that it would make good sense to put some provision in the LTP to continue assisting staff with continuing to do so in years to come. And we further suggest that when the government next changes, that there will definitely become co-funding opportunities available. And if council could gear itself up towards that, that would definitely also be helpful. And that's really all I wanted to say, and give you the opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you, Axel. Thank you for presenting your submission today. I'll open it up to see if there are any questions. Anyone got any? There doesn't appear to be. So thank you very much for both submitting your written submission on behalf of the Golden Bay Cycle and Walkway Society, and also coming along to speak to it today.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Right, so that leaves one submitter who is not able to get here until 3, which is their time allocated. So first up, just a quick roundup of anything that's post-lunch that people would like any further feedback information on. Councillor Kinnamon.
Great Place Trail bylaw expired.
Yep, so we'll, yes,
is there any
definitely
commentary
noted.
around that, or is there?
It's not a commentary at this point, but yeah, we'll get feedback on its expiration and then renewal and what the process looks like and where horses fit for that conversation. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. I've got 3 matters. One is Tasman View Road. I would like to understand that whole situation a bit better. So if we could get some information on that. The submission from Trish Palmer, where she mentioned some approach on the Stanley Brook Bridge or something.
Rivers team are aware of that. That is a standard maintenance item, and I have requested work there previously, but I think we should perhaps just see why that hasn't been done.
Okay.
The capability of the rivers team. It's around a tree and land upstream of the bridge that may well feed the bridge if there's some other substantial flood.
Okay, and then my third one was
Voting. Yeah, so it's classic council answer, isn't it? Not our problem. So clearly there's a bridge, the river, and a tree involved. So the tree department, the rivers department, roading department need to collaborate on a solution. Thanks, Rob.
Can you clarify
Stuart will clarify it.
what you want to understand from it?
I want to understand how we've got to a point of having that road going through there. We've got houses, how that can be a road that has to be privately maintained. I want to understand the history behind it.
The history of it.
Because it does seem an odd situation where an individual person is actually, anyway, let's not answer it now, but okay. And then my third one was, can we get can we get the data around how much we're currently giving to Whenua Iti annually through all the grants compared to what they're asking for on an ongoing?
It's a bit of similar conversation about no, yes, that and that's the one. Thank you. There's like 3 things related to grants: 5 share, this friendly town's not directly related, and Whenua, in terms of the crossover between types of funding, ways they're funded. Cool. Joe?
I'm just wondering about the relationship between what we are doing and what they're not putting into landfill, what they're redirecting from landfill and how that works financially.
Cool. Deputy Mayor Bryant, then Councillor Murray.
Just in relation to Tasman Review Road, the other thing I'm pretty sure this was raised, and it may have well been looked into after the last LTP, but it seems a bit of a problematic that the guy's back here 3 years later and it's still an issue.
Well, it's big, there's a reason for that, but anyway. Unwillingness to spend a huge amount, but it's a significant amount of money, 1.5 k's a road, but anyway. Don't want to get into it. It is also slightly interesting that Waka K, you've just massively upgraded the intersection, which now makes it look like you're turning onto a main road off the bypass at the other end. But you'd literally think you were turning off and then you get literally to a track and then a track. So
worse than a train.
But there is a bit, so I think getting the feedback on why and what would be too.
And then I'll go talk to Rob about the Trish Palmer issue and similarly with Whenua. Just find out about how they want to do that in detail.
Councillor Murray?
So Motueka Matawhiti, so the ward councillors have met, thanks to the Harbour Master in terms of some options, so we could probably, like, it wasn't a request for money, it was a request for support, so in terms of
access
through that and access. I just can't give it right. The only other thing, I'm sitting here going, really clear voice from Motueka community and our neighbouring communities for priority being Motueka Pool, and so far a huge request from Whenua, a request from Motueka Youth Development Trust, a request from a whole lot of other things that I don't know if they're talking to each other, and I could be wrong, but maybe, can we just ask that question? Yes. I believe we have a community contract that is delivered to Motueka for certain services, so my question is it going to the right place?
Yes, I actually think that's a really good point, because I also actually just reading the submissions and then today, there seems to be a lot of entities all doing similar and related things, but it is unclear as to how they all quite work together.
So what do we currently invest, and are we investing in the right place?
Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Yeah, just about the, Rob's here, the Kotahitanga Multi-Taio and what our financial engagement with them is, if any.
40,000.
40,000 per year.
And that is still in the ultimately, it's in the ultimate. Yeah, and Deb's request was not for more, it was just to retain it and then. Yeah. Cool, thank you. Councillor Greening.
Yeah, I did have a question for Waiti. So I don't know if I can get back to them, but I'm just wondering if they are TEC funded, given they're an education unit, as opposed to coming to council for funding. Given Outward Bound are also TEC funded.
Yeah, like that's a good, I guess it is along the same lines as the question I asked about DIA, MSD, but TEC is another potential, and how that works with them, I'm not sure. So we'll add that to the list.
They're an education provider. They would qualify for education funding. But anyway, just interested in one of the things that came up earlier, which was the solar energy presentation. I think we probably need to have a bit more of a wider discussion around that, how that all works for council, whether we want to invest a bit more in that area. The discussion around the Tapawera hub has got a sense that there's a lot of conflict over there. Suggestions that we should pause and reflect. I'm just conscious that there's also a deadline on this, so it would be good to get a objective assessment of exactly what is the mood in the community, because we seem to be getting conflicting reports. I recall from Councillor Bryant that he had the impression from the meeting that there was lots of support, and yet today we heard that that was a heated discussion in the room. So would be good to know that. Mott Pool, my question there is they've got 250k, similar to the Mapua boat ramp. Are we going to ask whether they've shored up 4 million from Rata?
Yes.
Because there's a big gap there. I'll pause there.
Okay, thank you. So there is quite a list of things to follow up. So at this point, we are just going to wait for 10 minutes. Not sure how easy it is given. Yeah, so if there's just a bit of feedback. I know Richard Kirby's asked for a bit of feedback around a particular project. So if it's possible to adjourn. We'll proceed and we will complete this conversation post the last submitter. No, Joyce is not zooming in. So this is Jodie Ellis. So last submitter. Grab a seat up at the table there, Jodie. Right. Thank you very much for coming in. Welcome along. As I said, I think last submitter for the day. So I will come across to you. So your submission's been circulated and read. You got 5 minutes to speak to it. You can add anything you want, emphasize anything you'd like, or if you want to leave a bit of time for questions, then do so. And someone will ring a little dinger over there at 4.5 minutes.
Any chance you'd have a copy of my submission? My phone has let me down.
All right. Probably yes.
Thank you.
Three, two, 987.
My head just slightly and I was completely brains were all right.
So it took us a while to work out this issue. Yeah.
But the other two are going. No. Serena in there. Just one meeting.
I don't know what the hell he was doing there.
Yes. Yes, I'd say no.
Yeah, it used to be Kevin Wim. For years he was a Wim fan. He used to come for submissions every time to go out with his Wim games. Yeah. Wormwise. Wormwise, I still remember. Still Wormwise is now Kev Energy.
Minister's
Very
visit.
good.
And I
I actually think Kev Energy's got for the.
Don't worry, that was for the Thursday, and he said it's not gonna do Thursday.
Right, you good, Jodie?
Yeah. Sorry.
Righto. Yeah, so over to you.
Well, I guess I just really wanted to come in today because I guess as a special needs mother of a special needs daughter, there's two concerns for her about the world we're living in, and they are climate change, the swimming pool, and the library. The library has been just an absolute winner with all its what's the word? All the services it provides to the community. If it wasn't for this library, my daughter has slipped through the cracks. She's recently been diagnosed as having a rare chromosome deletion, and when I was pregnant with her, I was taking sodium valproate to treat epilepsy, so she has cognitive issues. And between the swimming and the library, she has just blossomed into deciding to join in with NMIT, doing Te Reo Māori classes, And that was all because Donna, I don't even know, McLeod put on the Matariki shows, and we know Janine. And we just helped put the chairs at the end of the night, and it was just such a wonderful sense of manaakitanga, and it just really appealed to Rosa. And she next minute she was saying, "Mum, can I come with you to your Te Reo Māori classes?" And you know, she might not even get a piece of paper in her hand, but I've been a lifelong learner of Te Reo Māori, and after her asking me all my life, or if the 22 years she's been alive, "Mum, why are you doing this Te Reo Māori thing?" I never expected her, with all her special needs, sorry, I've been working all day, I'm a bit frazzled. To want to learn Te Reo Māori and to set herself that challenge, and it's because of the library that she's done this. I would just hate to see the services reduced in any way. I mean, maybe, I don't know, turn down the heating a degree or something, or, you know, less cakes and stuff like that. But this place has got to remain open for the community. And same with the swimming pool. She's been doing Special Olympics. And, you know, I used to take her to swimming lessons from when she was about 6 years old. And, you know, I thought, oh my God, she's never going to learn how to swim. But it was the Special Needs Olympics that did that. And bless her, she came first in a freestyle race a couple of years ago, and it was just amazing for her. And yeah, I mean, we originally come from Auckland, but we moved down here in 2000. We were living on the West Coast, and because of her health needs, we had to move over to Motueka. I came here as a teenager and swore I'd never live here. This community has everything, you know, yeah, and I just really, with the fast track submissions, I was looking at, you know, I just thought after living on the West Coast, I had that experience of living in amongst the coal industry. And yeah, I just really love, I wanted to ask you a question, whether we, because I'd read about how you have a arrangement with the local iwi and DOC and the councils for the biodiversity plan. And I was just wondering if that is still in place.
Tahitanga Motataya.
Aye.
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
If I can.
Yeah, that's all good. Thank you very much, firstly, for coming in and making a submission. And in many ways, it's actually a really appropriate submission to end our submissions on, in terms of the points you've made, and I guess the personal connection that lots of people have to the different things that we provide that we might not always recognise when we look at them at the big picture level. So really appreciate you coming along and speaking to your submission. Councillor Murray.
Just one question. So you said, looks like it has it all. That's once we've got the pool. Is that?
Give a little chance to go ball.
Did you hear that? Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Walker.
Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you for sharing the hikoi that you've been on to the journey with Rosa. Obviously I'll declare that I have a daughter with special needs and they are friends. So I guess my question is, when Rosa engages with Special Olympics, which by the way, I happen to be the representative for TDC on that committee as well, the time frame that she gets to access the pool is very limited, is it not?
It is.
So are you in a position to get Rosa over to Richmond to continue with her swimming, which is one of her loves, desires, passions, and enables her to be as normal as our children can be? Are you in a position to be able to do that?
Not often, not often.
And does Rosa swim with a team of other like-minded, physically able children?
she has such a social issues. She'll consider all of you her friends, but she hasn't got the confidence just to get on the bus and go to Richmond and just be there. Basically, I have to go with her and, you know, juggling work, juggling everything else. She misses out.
Someone doesn't quite have everything as
Not
received, but we will one day, we believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming in and speaking to your submission. Really appreciate the time that you've taken.
Sorry.
No, you're welcome. You've done very, very well. Right.
Have we still got a chance to just follow up on some questions?
Yes.
Yes, good. Because we did it just before Trish.
Yeah, that's right.
So we're going to continue that.
Briefly. Not
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Yes.
Just about the climatorium. What's the deal with the climatorium?
That's a very good
You know,
question.
in terms of council's
No.
engagement with it.
That's a question.
Yes, it's a question. It's definitely a question.
Needs an answer.
Yeah.
The question of clarification, did Mrs. Preedy leave a petition or not in the end?
Kelsey has the petition.
Okay.
You'll be able to see all the people from Tapawera who you would need to go and visit, Stuart.
Correct.
Councillor Greening.
So just one final, so this is a procedural matter really, but most of our questions today have reflected the oral presentations. If we've got other questions that we want enlightening on from other submissions, or I'm just trying to get a sense of, is our feedback or line of questioning going to be, and advice coming back from staff, going to be limited to what we're asking now, or will there be a broader analysis? So for
Riley,
instance,
do you want to just cover that? So,
Or at this stage, I guess, is going for, for the bulk of going through the responses and where there's a majority of comments and then pulling out, these ones will be a late report. But I guess if there's there'll be the odd individual submission that will get covered, but if something specific, it might help to send it through as well.
so if you have specific commentary or questions that arise from written submissions, send them through. But the submissions report will cover the written submissions as well as the ones that have been spoken to over the 3 days.
so will there be I suppose a revisiting of the financials, given some of the submissions were entertaining thoughts along the lines of if you're going to fund some things, you need to reduce your operational costs further.
I'm sure there will be commentary
given by Federated Farmers staff reductions.
I'm sure there will be feedback on the financials, given it is one of the 4 key choices that we've asked people to comment on, which will transverse all of the different opinions and provide some recommendations that we could either choose to agree, disagree, or whatever we decide. But yes, I'm sure they will be covered.
But also the deliberations report meetings, we've got it over 4 days, so we can kind of get a sense of things, days 1 and 2, come back in days 3 and 4 with what the financial impacts are.
Okay. Tight time frame as always.
Right, so that I think draws us to the conclusion of the hearings for the long-term plan. So thank you for everyone who's attended all or most of the days. Quite long days for everybody involved. So thank you for everyone's contribution and commitment. We will just. Yeah, I probably should. Oh, Councillor, Renee can close us with Ken. Yeah. Is it a question of clarification or a comment in general?
Important comment.
I'd just like to take the opportunity actually to acknowledge how well this has been run with Riley and Robin and Elaine and Kelsey, because I actually think in terms of everything that you've done, it's been really brilliant. So thank you very much.
Best it's ever been. I think that is a very good comment, and I know it's appeared seamless on the surface. But I can assure you behind the scenes and in the general vicinity of me, there's been a lot of furious paddling to kind
It's the challenge of being on the
try-
road, isn't it?
yeah,
Like,
to try and keep it all on
done
track.
so well.
Exactly, with the limited technology in some of the venues, et cetera, it has been an awesome job to get us through. So, yep, echo the comments. Right, so we will conclude the meeting. Renee would like to close with karakia. And then if we can, I'm not sure if we can get Richard and Mark, keep them in, and we'll just have that discussion post. Renee.
E whakawhitai ana mo tēnei rā, e whakamaimahara ki ngā taonga tuwhiho, ngā maunga, ngā awa, ngā rākau, ngā manu. E tiri mo tātou katoa, hei hanga tangata kotahi o te mahi o te ao, ko tino pai rawa, āmene.
Amen. Kia ora, Renee.